It's gonna be really long. The kosher is starting to be.
Yeah, that would be great, wouldn't it? Yeah.
How you doing?
I'm good, how are you, sir?
I'm good.
Just gonna let everybody know that the live stream is on, okay?
Thank you.
That's why I came flying in the door while they were.
We found that $5,000.
I finally got back on. Nobody's gonna get paid on Friday. It's gonna get ugly.
They hadn't answered me back. I
They were
tried.
in May and
Huh?
they were in May.
What, May and I didn't check.
I know she is paid.
He didn't answer me back. I was trying to find out where the money was.
No, I've been there.
Yeah, I got thinking, I thought, he was called tomorrow. She didn't answer me back.
Down first order business.
She actually called as well. Yeah. Left a voicemail.
If we do,
On to two resolutions.
yeah, I'll look into it.
We talked about it. Could be. Separate,
Right.
I understand what you're saying.
Whatever. At this point, I don't know. I don't know what we're doing.
No.
I'm done.
It's not that big a deal.
I'm
Well, I am too. So let's take it out.
What's
The rules just change.
well, it's just getting to us.
Yeah, I walked outside, it was sprinkling, and by the time I got over here, it was following me, so it's here.
I think most of it's gonna go east of us.
No.
Yeah, I think most of it's going east. What's that grows to the west.
It's barely around the tail end of that.
There's some more, a little bit behind it, but
It's not scattered stuff.
yeah, hopefully it'll be all right. We're gonna be starting with WPWA. I did tell you that, didn't I? Okay.
I'm gonna bring it by, I'd like to, you're off in the library, and that's one at the. I did. Well, this is just a job board. So they can do it. Yeah, sounds good. I'll bring it to you once I get some.
Sometimes that's an ordinance. It's sometimes it was, but it's not always what I was trying to say.
He said something about his weekend.
me, cause I didn't go back. I'm not saying I didn't eat some of the chicken. I didn't go back to the house when he went home.
What part of town did you grow up in?
No, I know you did. I wasn't trying to say anything. West part.
West side, yeah?
But yeah, I mean, I can do that, I just don't have to. Well, I guess it's a city number.
Memory band.
Well, I mean, I don't
Oh, okay, yeah, yeah.
for EMS.
I grew up on Fifth.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, how are you doing?
Living a dream.
My husband grew up on
Pick me in, I tell you that.
We're starting on WPWA.
Okay. Oh, my God. Is that a new council person over there?
Jimmy and Renee won't be here.
That was good.
Jimmy and Renee won't be here.
Yeah, I should have been out there. I had my back hurt, my butt hurt, my leg hurt, everybody in my bone hurt. I get
Y'all ready?
You're around like an old person.
Everyone ready? Like to call the City of Wagoner Economic Development Authority special called business meeting June 11th at 6:01.
Item number 1, consider entering into a cost-sharing agreement by and between the Wagoner County Economic Development Authority and the City of Wagoner Economic Development Authority for retail and commercial recruitment through retail strategies or take other action.
Council, if you'll remember, this is what we appropriated that $5,000 for. The time has come. TCWEDA has signed their contract. The county's wanting to go through with theirs. Darla, you have anything? Anybody have any questions for Darla?
Darla Heller, Wagner County Economic Development. I'm just here to answer questions. I know, put together a one sheet talking about the benefits. I'm happy to go back over that if you need me to. I know it was in your packet, and the agreement between the county did agree. The total contract is $60,000 for 1 year. So TCWEDA has agreed to pay 5 of that, and then we're asking for Wagner to have skin in the game. Would you like me to go over what it includes again?
Please.
Okay, I will do that. Basically, it allows several things. So it allows this consultant will be yours for 1 year. They will not give me any of the confidential information because, as you know, you're in TCWEDA's trade area as well. So the communication with the consultant, I made sure that they would communicate with just Wagner staff and leave me and TCWEDA out of your leads. But what they will do is they will define Wagner's trade area. They will do a gap analysis and identify the leakage, therefore identifying business opportunities, retail opportunities for the city of Wagner. And they'll also build some profiles. We'll do a custom retail market guide with traffic maps and just get all your information really detailed out. They will develop about 30 leads, targeted leads, who should be looking at Wagner. And the good thing about having a consultant like this is they have those relationships with those national retailers. They are people that worked for certain chicken restaurants, or they might have worked for Quick Trip or things like that, right? So they have a lot of insider knowledge when it comes to developing those leads out. And then they will act on those leads for Wagner and make those introductions. Come to the community, visit, and help really put all of what incentives that you can get as well, put that together so that you have a roadmap for the future. A lot of communities go ahead and retain a consultant full-time for things like this. Claremore has this firm on retainer, or a firm like it on retainer throughout their years. They find that much value in it. So if you've been to Claremore, you can see the results of their labors in a certain chicken restaurant, certain other national retailers that have been there. They will also work with our local businesses or local entrepreneurs, people that are interested in franchising, so that will be a piece of it. So your contribution to this year-long effort is $5,000, but you're actually getting about a $50,000 product altogether. Whether or not you act on it years later and going forward, it's up to you. It kind of jumpstart a staff person can take it and run with it. I have friends in other communities that use this to replace a staff member in economic development focused on retail recruitment. So I want you all to know that as the economic developer for the county, I believe in putting money into all our communities, putting investment, time, and this was led by me, completely by me. I want to see businesses open in my hometown. I grew up here. I want to see Wagoner be able to take advantage of some of this stuff.
And you saying like they're so good, they can replace a person sometime in some states because they're doing stuff.
Yeah, I have a friend in Durant that worked for the city of Durant, and the city manager at that time said this was really an extension of her staff. And this company actually they reached out to me when I first started because they thought I worked just for Wagoner, and they were telling me about all the potential for Wagoner. I said, well, actually I work for the county, but that's what led them to me was your community. So, but I've had a relationship with them and worked with them on other stuff.
And it's just 5,000, right?
That's your only investment for 1 year. And what you do with the information, you can choose to stay with them, pivot to a different firm, hire someone, but you have a starting point to start recruiting these companies. Arm your staff that's already, doing 15 things at the same time, right? Arm them with the information that they need and leads so that we can, nothing's guaranteed that they're gonna land here, right? We're not gonna,
Yeah.
nothing's guaranteed, but we can get organized, right?
Further discussion?
To me, 5,000 is better than 500,000 that we spent, never got nothing.
On these, can we start putting the price on here? Because it needs to be understandable through the public.
It's in the contract.
The
He
contract
means
needs to
on
be
the agenda.
by law,
Yes, I can put it on the agenda.
By law, yeah. Understandable to the public.
Further discussion?
Yeah, I second it.
Have a motion, second.
Was it Patrick and Gabe?
Yeah. Please call roll.
Wagoner,
Yes.
Sampson,
Yes.
Higginbottom,
Yes.
North,
Yes.
Wright,
Yes.
Wilson.
No.
Item number 2, consider employment of an auditor to perform the audit of the City of Wagoner Economic Development Authority records for the fiscal year ending 6/30/2025, or take other action.
Good evening, council. I sent out emails to every Oklahoma firm that was on the state auditor's website for government auditing. And we did receive back 3 quotes. One of those did not go out in your packet because it came out late in the afternoon, but it was sitting there before you this evening. And it's got prices for all 3 entities. We do need to keep in mind that we need to choose the same firm for all 3 entities because overall the city will encompass the Public Works and WPWA in the final audit. If anybody needs me to go over the amounts, I'd be happy to.
Discussion?
Did you reach out to this company and ask for the breakdown, like the packet?
On which company?
Like when you got the one that didn't have one? The David Clanning CPA?
If we need engagement letters, he would get those. That was also the firm that I provided the newspaper article on.
Yeah, I went and got it. The newspaper article
Yes. That discussed,
saying that Pawhuska Financial Auditor resigns,
Yes.
and talking about, that goes off the word of Jerry Eubanks, correct?
I don't know who Jerry Eubanks is.
The one who was speaking on this article.
I would assume so.
Did you happen to look at Jerry Eubanks?
I did not. There are two sides to every story, and I do not,
Really?
yeah, I do not employ the auditor. That is for the council to investigate and decide, not my job.
I know Jerry
Seems
Eubanks.
pretty persuasive you didn't put an article in for the other two, so
Sir, I didn't have time to investigate everybody that comes
pick that one.
in, because I got it earlier. That one came in. You're welcome to see the emails and the dates and time that they were in my inbox.
They're on there. What's that?
Jer-
Jerry.
Jerry Eubank is
Just pop-
a
This is a
guy
copy of
for
that.
theft,
What's that?
Channel 2 News
drone
spoke
over his
to me.
house
This
where
is
he
who
stole
we're
property,
talking about as an
and,
option for
he's a city manager, and then he sold some, it's a
here's
big
his
deal about it.
judgment
And he
for-
stole in one county and went to another county.
embezzlement.
He-
Which, I mean,
What is this?
there's two actual open pending investigations. I mean,
A lot of times with the smoke is fire, and
there's a whole, well,
I don't wanna,
there's one for methamphetamine.
what are you talking about?
We're going off of the word of this article. This was slipped to us, but we don't have, we're taking the word of Jerry Eubanks in here in this packet.
I
I'm not taking
just
more than you.
provided
She
an
just put
article
this before
that I
us
found.
So we could have information.
Well, we gotta have all the correct information, so we gotta have, like you said, both sides. Here's the other side.
I understand.
Affidavit, public cause, there's a whole bunch.
Further discussion? Any questions?
Do we need to choose one of these companies? Is that what we're looking?
Who was the three? David Lyman?
There's actually four. There is Ralph Osborne, and the total for those three entities together was $24,000. There is David Clannon, CPA. Total of those three was $22,000. Michael Green, CPA. Total of those was $95,000. And then there was Ober and Littlefield, and the total of those three was $27,500.
So I'm just curious, and I don't know if you answer or not, I don't know. Why this company that's 95,000, why are they just so much crazier expensive than the others?
I believe it's because they outsource their financial compilation.
It just seems like it outright, it's just so higher, much higher than the others.
And he gives you a reason for this in the email. He encountered fraud, significant turnover in personnel, so I don't know why we're putting in.
David Clinton.
I wasn't trying to do anything
Feels
slightful.
like defamation almost. I mean,
You're more than welcome to make a motion for whomever you choose to. I've had clean audits every year. I'm okay with whatever auditor you choose.
No, that's not the question. The question for me is why we get a newspaper publication for just one, and it's only the one bad thing when he explains it here, for the most part.
So what was the total in Littlefield?
Over, yeah, 27.5.
75. Total,
And with all of these, there could be additional costs if you had to have a single audit for federal.
what was the total on Osborne?
24.
24, okay.
Was Littlefield approved by the state auditor for the school board, do you know?
I don't know on the school board, but this was on the list that came straight off the auditor's website for governmental, which I included in your packet.
I only saw two that were on it, which was the Ralph and the Clannon.
On page 3, you'll find Michael Green, CPA. What was the other one you said you did not see?
I didn't have that one in my packet.
Which
I
one?
only had the 3 in the packet.
Right.
And then that one.
That fourth one came out after the packets were created. I gave a note with that
Yeah.
at your desk when you came in.
I'd like more time to look over them.
Is this something that has to be
Is-
picked tonight?
It would be the most beneficial because we usually do audit on July 1st. If we do not have an auditor, that means that I will be doing audit, which is okay on inventory, but it's more professional to have our auditor actually there.
Right.
And we could even have to do a second inventory if that auditor so chose to do so.
You got to the end of the.
Nobody has this, right? You have the Clannon. I
This?
emailed it and got it from him. So similar to these other 2 packets that you got. You have one from Clannon, but I just got an email, so I don't know if you printed it for
I
everybody.
didn't get claimed.
So that's what I'm saying. We don't have all the
It
information.
was there when you,
I just got this letter, Osborne and Littlefield, and then this on the desk.
I sent all 3 out in packets, and the fourth one that came in afterwards was sitting at your desk when you got here tonight with a note.
Yes, that one.
This piece of paper,
Yes, ma'am.
not what you talking about. What's that big paper you have in your hand?
This is what he sent after asking for a similar document to read.
Who sent that?
I did.
I mean, who's?
Clannon sent it
Okay,
from this email here.
I don't have that.
And I, do I make a motion to table it, or do we table it? What?
You can, next week or whatever.
May I ask what email you're referring to?
And that's another company? That's one
That's
of the companies
claimant.
that's listed for the article that we're.
Jerry, you
Oh,
there.
okay.
I can't remember off the top of my head.
I need
But
to
we
wait.
can't read his if we don't have it.
What
And it
did
just took
Gooden
2 seconds to
Associates
ask it, and he emailed it over.
I can't remember off the
So-
top of my head.
I could tell you it's in the current budget.
And he gives an explanation as to why.
This guy sent his deal in, he sent this one.
This email is not in the packet because you emailed this, I didn't. so
Correct.
it
And then you
was
said
not.
you brought another packet, or you're referring to the Littlefield one?
No, it was
I think she's talking about the.
the one that was setting when you got here.
With the, is it
Michael
Michael Green?
Green.
Michael Green, yes.
Yeah, so that,
So he does Stillwell, Oklahoma audit? Michael
Oh,
Green?
that's where his office is.
What county does he do? Cities? Yeah.
We emailed every one of them off the list.
Oh, okay.
What's the total registration?
Oh, I'm sorry.
You call them counties, see who they audit. How they think about it. Damn, he's high, 95,000.
Yeah.
Put him on the back burner.
I would have to go back and pull the actual contract because we had invoices that carried over because it wasn't finished by June.
Was it similar to,
No, it was more like 30-something thousand just for the city alone.
it was,
Just for the city alone, yes.
these two
He
firms
called
are
him.
considered
Significantly less.
Do we know why they're considered less expensive?
I do not know.
okay, but this is the one that comes. Can we quit putting newspaper articles in there? Pretty please?
I was not trying to offend you, sir, in any way, form, or
I would
fashion.
like for her to do that. I would like the
But
information.
it's false.
It may be false to you. I would
think
like
the
all
only
the
reason-
information that she
This,
can get.
this from David
Then I would like you to read the rest of the
Clannon.
information.
Was this attached to his info when he sent his?
No,
No.
no.
Assumption.
I had got that email, and I wondered also why it was so low, and I searched the firm to see. And like I said, there are 2 sides to every story.
Well, he's not that low. He's only 22,000, 2,000 less than Ralph
And that's before we got other quotes in. At that point, he was the only quote that we had in. So yes, I did research him. know that late audits put us in a bad position to where we're not allowed to get grants. We missed a CDBG grant
That's why we didn't
not
get
that
that
long ago for a
Bollinger
late
grant.
audit.
The
What,
first time,
what?
that asphalt grant,
Yep.
we got it this year because we had the audit done in time.
I feel like in my position, that was due diligence, letting you know what I had saw. But still,
Would you prefer?
I'm not going to answer that.
Table?
The one that you're concerned about, Nate, he's the cheapest.
Yeah, and he does 10 municipalities, and he did Claremore as well. And he admits that he quit based on fraud. He found fraud and high turnover personnel.
How do you feel about the next one up?
I feel I would like to read what this man has before deciding against the rest of them, so, because I just got it in an email.
What man?
The Clannon CPA.
He kind of wants to investigate,
The-
claim it,
Yeah.
but not the article of a city manager.
Because the problem is, this
Something.
witness to this statement that we're putting in the packet is also a felon.
There was,
Embezzlement,
go ahead.
sorry, embezzlement and buying and selling property from one town to another town. And it's 2 counts of embezzlement. He's got two open right now, on top of the closed ones, and he didn't contest it, which means he didn't even fight it. So I don't think we can accept this newspaper article, because we can't really accept.
Well, that's fine. You don't have to go with him, but we got 3 others we can look at.
But this man also isn't getting a fair opportunity, because we didn't get the packet until I asked for it. And this almost feels like we're persuading.
I'm not trying to persuade anybody, sir.
I don't
As
feel
a
like she
citizen, I
is.
feel like
No,
I
I'm not accusing
did my
us.
due diligence by
Feels
letting you know.
Weird that this is the one we got like that.
And I've been hooked up extremely busy, and by the time the other quotes came in late, I hadn't looked up anybody else. They could have things out there, good or bad. And I'm not saying the one that the newspaper article on is a bad
The only
agency.
one we got? Is that correct?
At that time, when I looked it up, that was the only one we received, and it was very low compared to what we had been paying out. I'm not saying he's a bad auditor, because is definitely 2 sides to every story.
Refresh my memory, what did we pay last year?
I don't know off the top of my head. I want to say the city alone was maybe in the 30,000s.
It's significantly
Yeah,
more.
30, like
Then you have
32,
WPWA.
Yeah.
35.
And we were 20-something, wasn't it?
I think
Yeah,
WPWA was more like
it's on
75, I think.
Audit list, I mean, for schools, so that's,
Well, you're looking at schools,
it was the state auditors approving someone to do.
and all these are approved off of that. You're clearly not looking at the same thing.
No, we're looking at another thing as well.
We're not the school board.
No, it adds credibility.
Table, make a motion, what?
I can go and tell you what we budgeted last year, if that, it should be about the same as what the audit actually was.
I appreciate it.
Only thing about this one, I know the guy named, the big pamphlet here, Littlefield and Osborne's got a real intense audit engagement letter where we don't have that kind of letter from David Plainett.
He did say he would provide those.
He did?
I asked him in an email myself if he had those in an engagement form, and this afternoon he did say he could provide those.
Okay, then.
Well, you think he would have provided them
Yeah, if
when he
you,
sent in the original quote, like everybody else did.
I think you just gotta ask.
well,
Well-
if you want a job, you gotta get all the details that you.
Put some references in there.
Yeah. Depends on how much you want it.
Okay, on the city, last year we budgeted 35,200. On Public Works was 15,750.
How much was it again? I'm sorry. You said what?
15,750.
And on WPWA, it was 7,500.
Well, all three of them are extremely low, actually.
Yeah. Well, looks like, yeah, you can almost get all three of them done with.
Well, you got a lot of out-of-pocket fees expected here.
Almost $60,000 in
Right.
last year.
You got a lot of per
Going
diem.
down at half.
Yeah. But you got a lot of extra here they didn't tell you about. $75 for, and $35 per account. And other issues. The out-of-pocket account, you know, retailing some of them don't.
I mean, my only issue is, I don't know any of these people, but when you send out, you want bids for doing audits, and these people send in broke down, detailed, and then he sends a one page, and he's got his prices broke down.
Yeah, Laura said he outsources a lot of it. That's why it's daggone expensive.
Oh, I was not talking about that last one.
Yeah.
I'm talking about this
Which one?
cleanup.
On
Okay.
cleaning, I believe,
This one's way out, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I was just talking about, this one sends in I guess a one page.
yeah, on cleaning, I believe that I emailed him about that last week, about getting engagement letters. And I believe that he replied today, this afternoon, saying that he could, like he had been out of town or something to that nature.
Well,
It's been a busy, busy day. I'm not sure
Will you get
exactly
this-
how it was worded.
How long you get this to us, the cleaning guy?
I
Third,
don't know.
reached out.
I mean, he's had it for
Yeah.
at least 2
You're
weeks,
getting a
probably.
significant amount of time though, right?
I would
Well,
think
that's my
so.
point.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not,
Long enough, probably.
The date on here is June 3rd.
I'd be
On the top
comfortable
there,
with
and
either one.
it's,
To be honest with you, if either Littlefield or the other guy.
What was that?
I'd be comfortable with either Littlefield or the southern,
Osborne.
Osborne. We want-
I think it's gonna help us if we get the ball rolling on it.
The other one, Osborne's out where?
Bristow, looks like.
Well, look at Michael Green, one-page letter.
Do what?
I said, look at Michael Green's one-page letter.
Yeah. And he's over.
He's in that Pryor, Miami.
95,000.
Miami. Osborne's out of Bristol.
Yeah.
Still well, man, making money.
I'll make a motion to go with Osborne.
Have a motion, entertain a second.
So made.
Have a motion and a second, please call roll.
Higginbottom,
Yes.
North,
Yes.
Wagoner,
Yes.
Sampson,
Yes.
Wilson,
No.
Wright.
No,
Item number 3, public hearing on 2025-2026 budget for the City of Wagoner Economic Development Authority.
Anyone like to speak? No, come up to the microphone.
Could take the,
Yeah.
investigate it. That's part of the problem, is why I have.
And because the audit is part of the budget, I could talk about that, right? Nate has the engagement letters from Clannon, that's what he was trying to tell you. So you do have those, because the guy emailed them to Nate today. He said that he waits to be asked for them, and he wasn't asked for them. So Nate has them. I also was going to say, you know, usually WEDA gets a small chunk of money from the city out of the EDF fund. And I don't see that 65, 45, 80, whatever y'all used to get for WEDA. Absolutely, I thought I was loud enough, sorry. Oh, look at me, I'm always the one griping at you, aren't I? I'll start over. Usually, the EDF fund gives WEDA a chunk of money. It's been 80, sometimes 65, sometimes 45, another, I don't know. But I didn't see that line item. I just see that they're getting money for, like, Summerfest and stuff.
Events.
Events, right.
Event
right.
sponsorships.
Right, so if WEDA is supposed to, I've read the bylaws, and WEDA is supposed to be seeking industry, financing, seeking housing. You can even have a housing authority through WEDA, by the way. You can make your own housing authority through WEDA. It's in the bylaws. And Wagner needs a housing authority more than anything. Anything. Y'all may not know, but I live in Muskogee because of the housing authority. I got my voucher in 4 months versus the 2 years that you have to wait in other towns. But besides that, the city is the beneficiary of WEDA. They're supposed to handle the real estate, the seeking industry, and you're not giving them any money out of the Economic Development Fund. I mean, you're not giving them any money. I mean, I understand that the mortgage got released on DHS Manna, so that's probably what that added cash on hand is, maybe $140K.
Yeah.
Thank God they finally paid their mortgage, but I don't understand why we're not giving WEDA a chunk of money out of the budget, out of the Economic Development Fund, which is for economic development, if WEDA is supposed to be developing the economy. That's all. Other than that, I think it's silly that they're handling special events, but if there's, and tourism, but if they are, then you don't need a new PR person because that's the city director's job. Thank you.
Anyone else? End of that. Moving on.
Item number 4, discussion and planning of the City of Wagoner Economic Development Authority budget for fiscal year 2025, 2026.
I'd like to address that statement, the public hearing. I'd like to address that. Basically, WEDA, the City Economic Development Fund transferred money to WEDA. And it amounts usually $60,000 starting, unless we were in the process of a special project. If so, we would add on to it, or mid-year, we would make a supplement. So since then, we've decided to hire a director, right, a WEDA director, and that's how we are giving funds to WEDA, because that package is $82,000 with benefits, and that person answers to the WEDA board, but they are actually a city employee. So they also answer to the council, the mayor. But they are getting an $82,000 benefit for WEDA, which is the employee.
Can that pay come out of there legally for different?
It's not, because they're a city employee. They get a city W-2 at the end of the year. They have city insurance. Just like the accounting, I'm an accountant, right? I get paid out of Public Works, but I also answer to the city council. I also do the WEDA books. Payroll gets paid out of city, so does purchasing, but they do Public Works. They are a city employee. Any more questions on that?
Let's move on. Oh, go ahead. Oh, I was moving on. Go ahead.
What was the yearly of the WEDA person without the
The
benefits?
last one, I believe it was 60.
65.
So we're gonna make the WEDA, which I don't know, we have to, when we get to the other one, but we're gonna knock the PR out, because that's what the WPWA person does, is PR.
No.
They do PR. WPWA
I think it
does.
was the job description that was advertised though, was for
Right.
PR to be in that.
Yeah. Don't need
Deed or
PR.
something.
I don't agree with that because
We don't need a
you're
PR.
going to have somebody out talking to outside businesses and don't get me wrong, there may be some days
Yeah.
that they can help out with both, but,
Or we can just wait on WPWA, since we're doing this retail thing.
well, we haven't hired WPWA yet. So, I mean, it's
Oh,
just,
you mean-
it's there, you know?
Okay.
That's what we're getting at. It's there. It's just, we're not using it right now.
Okay.
Was the 65 for the previous,
It was 60. I'm positive it was 60.
was it going to come out of WEDA or the city?
It comes out of economic development as a transfer to the city.
Okay. And then was there benefits with the 60,000?
The benefits
No,
are
no, no,
included
that's
for a
added
package of
on.
82.
Okay.
Okay?
Go ahead.
So just for the general public, the packets are up here if you have not picked one up. The items that we talked about at our last meeting have been grayed out in gray highlights. Changes since the last meeting are highlighted in yellow. But as always, feel free to speak about anything.
What did ever happen to the cell tower contract? I remember I was in on that meeting with WPWA, but I can't remember what ever happened to it.
Yeah, well, they got 300,000, I believe.
From it. They sold it, didn't they? Okay. I couldn't remember.
That's where a large chunk of the reserves are at. So the only thing that changed was our cash on hand in WEDA. We had an increase of about $141,000, and that was for that payoff for DHS Mana, which increased our fund balance by approximately the same amount.
Discussion? Entertain a motion?
Don't make one yet.
Oh, sorry.
Not on that.
Item number 5, consider amendments to the 2025-2026 budget of the City of Wagoner Economic Development Authority, or take other action.
You got something?
You had that pen going like you had something, didn't you?
You got something? WPWA?
Oh.
Discussion? Entertain a motion?
If there are amendments, we need to make a motion. If not,
Make motion to approve.
There's
Hold on.
no
No, no, no,
amendments.
there's not.
It would be
Sorry.
no action.
Only,
if we don't have any amendments, if you guys don't want to amend it as presented.
I got you, okay.
On 505-367, that 30,000 for the events, how much of that goes to Summerfest still?
I believe we did,
20.
Yeah.
20,
yeah.
something like that.
Is that paid like a reimbursement type after they've spent it, or how's it, or is that just for the next year?
Yes, yeah. So you're looking at July 1, so we've already paid for this last Summerfest, that same amount.
Okay.
And this is something that used to be funded out of the City Economic Development Fund. And those funds will be transferred over to WEDA.
So that leaves us 10,000 for other events.
What are our fund balances down here? Okay.
Anyone have anything else? Move on.
Item number 6, consider approval of a resolution accepting and approving the 2025-2026 budget for the City of Wagoner Economic Development Authority, or take other action.
Discussion? Entertain a motion?
So made. Motion approved.
Have a motion?
I'll second.
Have a motion and a second. Please call roll.
Wagoner,
Yes.
North,
Yes.
Higginbottom,
Yes.
Wilson,
Abstain.
Wright,
Yes.
Sampson.
Yes.
Item number 7 is adjournment.
So made.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Please call roll.
Wagoner,
Yes.
Wilson,
Yes.
Higginbottom,
Yes.
North,
Yes.
Wright,
Yes.
Sampson.
Yes.
Meeting adjourned at 6:42. I'd like to call the City of Wagoner special call business meeting, June 11th, 6:43.
Item number 1, consider approval of a resolution amending and adopting the Employee Policies and Procedures Manual of the City of Wagoner, Oklahoma, or take other action.
I'd like to take no action on this until we have a meeting where we can go line by line and highlight what changed from last year to this year.
Do you want to have a city council meeting where we go line by line?
And, or even highlight what changed from last year to this year on our employee handbook.
So how
Because we
about-
got like the handbook says he, where we have a she, and then it doesn't have anything relating to the supervisors or the city staff on what criteria of if they do something wrong. You know, it doesn't have anything, it's just like they're free and clear on everything. So it needs to be a guideline there, because I know some people, I mean, this book does not detail a lot, it's supposed to be detailed. I know like harassment and stuff, there's a lot of employees that has took a lot of harassment and been called names, but they were too scared to come and say something because they jeopardized their jobs.
I mean, I don't have a problem going line by line, but.
We don't have to go by line by
Well, I'm
line,
just
we can
saying,
highlight it.
Supervisors are city employees, so it's the same guideline for them.
Well, I like it be said that, you know, in there. I just want to be highlighted from this year to this year. I mean, highlight the difference. That's my perspective. If something changed, it needs to be highlighted so we could tell the difference. Because when I started looking at that old one, I almost thought I was looking at the new one on certain stuff.
So like this right here, because this is some of the stuff for the city employee handbook or whatnot, which we just got or whatnot. But I think the only thing on here that, just be honest, I'm not comfortable with is the nonviolent felonies. The reason why, because nonviolent felonies are burglary, larceny, grand theft, embezzlement, fraud, bribery, so insurance fraud. So those are, I wouldn't want anyone that's still working that has a felony to be, you know.
They can be considered, I mean, not necessarily approved.
How
So
you
why
know?
consider someone that would be, I mean,
Well, I mean, you look at the totality of the
You wouldn't get that
circumstance of.
until after they hired.
Of the felony.
well, that's
You know,
the, but
did it happen, 20 years ago?
But if
Or did
you-
it happen?
if you're a
20
thief,
months
you're a
ago?
thief, and then you don't get, I mean, it's being.
I understand that.
Or-
I do.
So when it comes down to
I
money and stuff like,
understand
that's
what
where
you're
I'm at with it.
I'm just saying, at some point, we have to trust the people that are doing the hiring, whether
Well,
we agree with it or
in
not.
that case, you have, and you don't know the speculation on what has
And
went on in the
we have
past.
to do our due diligence when it's put before us to look at the individual and say, okay, they had a felony,
Well, that's that. Yeah, what you said is definitely right. And hence the reason why I'm saying that that's not good. I mean, having a nonviolent felony is still not good because of what I just, the nonviolent felonies are, you know, if someone dealing with money, embezzling, fraud, all that stuff like that is not a stealing, theft, so it's not a.
No, I
all those-
agree with you. I'm just saying, that's where we have to do our due diligence also when it's put before us.
Well, that,
We look, you know,
we can, and that's the key to this book, our employee handbook, is to make sure that we have guidelines that it doesn't have to come to us. And that means if our HR director's doing their job, then they have a felony? No. Then we won't have to go through a process of where if someone does get hired for nonviolent felony, and then they come and they do something, then guess what, it's back on us. And so I want obviously the HR director to do their job, so we don't have to do their job. Kind of like we just dealt with, last week or week ago, so.
Do we have a committee, like
Yes,
who's on
me and Anthony.
it? Like the handbook committee?
I was on it.
Should be like maybe at least 3 councils on it. Because everybody got a different opinion.
Well, and again, this right here on the nonviolent thing, like I said, it's those things I wouldn't want anyone work for me unless, not degrading the job or anything like that, but that they're anywhere close to, and again, I'll say it, you know, if they're mowing a lawn and not in-house doing something else, then that would be maybe the only job, but.
You may know the other members of the committee?
Supervisors.
It's, Rhonda, Laura, Lori, DeVette.
Can't remember.
Believe that's it.
I just think that it shouldn't be a big issue on this, to go and look at the old one and highlight it and then bring it back to the table on what's different and what has not changed. I mean, this is a very critical thing, and it shouldn't be taken lightly. Because we done had a lot of violations by higher up, and I'm sure nothing's been done. And we could have been in several lawsuits too.
And to add in, so, to add to what you're saying, you know, something that definitely needs to be considered and actually be in our employee handbook is performance-based raises. So I think there needs to be a guideline on that, because right now it's just kind of straight across the board.
That's how we do our raises, straight across the board.
Well, with that being said, and the reason why I'm saying something about it is that the fact that if you have performance-based raises, then things will be documented, you know, for every year by the supervisor and the HR director. And so if they are doing something not good or underperforming or whatnot, then if it's a 3 to, or let's say a 5% raise, but they're just underperforming, they're gonna get 1. So that's just more documentations showing that, well, this year they got 1%, and that year they got 1%, and they got 1% again. So if there is other occurrences that happening on top of their performance, as well as their
who makes the
insubordinate.
decision that they're underperforming?
That'd be the
The
supervisor.
supervisor and the HR, yeah.
It's
So
just-
it's just another key to making sure that if they're,
I don't like that.
We do, I mean, I never had a
Yes.
job.
Here's my reason
So
on
let's
that.
just say that
When
they,
the 3 of us went to Tulsa, that was one of those things that was brought up, and it wasn't true.
I'm sorry,
I never had a job where you just go and give everybody 5%, 10%, or whatever. Every job I had and every job I've been to, and even my HR, you have to go on performance. Because Joe Blow may not work as good as Bob, and then you're gonna give Bob and Joe Blow the same amount? No,
Georgia Pacific,
you know.
straight
and-
across.
And then your narcos, same thing, evaluation.
No, I'm talking about, they do straight across the
So,
board.
and that's what I'm trying to figure
But,
out, because
but I think where we get a problem on that is, let's say you're my supervisor and me and you have a disagreement, and then something happens and I don't get a raise or a 1% raise, and then we wind up in a nightmare. I'm not saying it's a bad thing.
Right.
I'm not, and I don't disagree with it, but I think from a legal standpoint, in our situation, it concerns me.
I mean,
I know Muskogee, I talked to them, they do, I mean, that's what, one of the counselors, they go by the merit system. They base it off of that, you know. Yeah, I know, they told me. But still, I don't think somebody,
The union,
Our employees are unionized,
yeah.
that makes sense.
big difference. Well, yes and no in Oklahoma.
I understand what you're saying, I'm just, I mean,
I wouldn't be happy
if you
with
got
someone.
someone that's got a grudge against somebody,
Well, then they don't need to be a supervisor, got a grudge against their own employees.
Yeah, but you know, Patrick,
I mean, I get that too, I'm still saying, I mean, there's.
We got some here.
There's a
And have
standard
been
that has
here.
to be set. If there's not a standard, then we need to make one. And then
Yeah.
make sure that employees doing what they're supposed to do, supervisors are doing the same thing, and then HR, and then, of course, because if we can get all these little things out of the way, then we don't have to worry about it later. Because I don't want to micromanage HR or supervisors or anyone else. I want things to be put in place so then we won't have to, that it's set in stone. And then they follow that or not, because then we can make a decision based off of that later on.
I'm just worried that's gonna open a big can of worms if we do it that way.
But also and I get what you're saying, but also you get what you pay for. And if you're still getting the same thing as the person that's working 100%, you got someone that's working 10%. I mean, and hence the reason, and I get what you're saying, hence the reason why if someone can get, on-the-job training or get some certifications or whatnot, and they're like, from here, they're gonna go somewhere else because they're like, that was crap what I had, and I was working with the same person and got the same pay, and that's the reason why I'm gonna go somewhere else, because maybe what I'm doing is valued more than everyone else the same across the board.
I just
So-
think you're gonna lose a lot of good employees if we do that.
You're gonna lose them anyway. You can't make a person stay. I don't care how much you pay them. You pay them $30. If they don't like it and they can't put up the supervisor, they'll go to a $10 hour job. I
Do we
just
have a
don't,
merit system?
no, we're talking about highlighting the old handbook to the new handbook to see what's the difference changing.
Yeah, and I would say,
Neither.
and I'm okay with what you're saying, but again, with approving this, I definitely, again, I don't agree with the nonviolent thing at all. And then again, obviously I have questions about, merit-based performance, raises, and I think that's something we have to consider. I don't think it's something we just, because it makes, I mean, just off of this right here alone, this is one thing, nonviolent felonies, that's one thing. And I don't want to approve something that has something on there like that.
If you wanna go line by line.
Or even highlight the difference. I mean, we need to take time. This is
That's what you wanna
dealing,
do, I'm,
yeah, this is
okay
dealing with
that.
employees, so we need to be there for them. and
Oh, no,
justify
I
it.
100% agree, we need to be there for
Yeah.
our employees.
Yeah.
We need to take
And-
care of our employees.
yes, we need to take care of them.
100%.
On top of that, it
And they
sets-
need not be showing fear. I mean,
No,
like,
it
you
sets
know,
a standard too, but for everyone, from the employees to the supervisors to HR to like a standard where we are, because again, like you said earlier, I have to make sure I'm confident in our HR director, our supervisors, and our employees, that they're doing what needs to be done that's in there within the guidelines of our employee handbook. Because then if they're doing their job, if they're not doing their job, then we can make a decision on them not being here, or they can be here because they're following the guidelines. It makes our job easier, and theirs too, so they don't have to guess about it. It's there, and it's ironclad, and you follow it or you don't.
So we gonna table this, or?
Yeah, if y'all want to, and then on the next one,
I don't have
we'll,
to motion, just table it.
no.
Table.
Huh?
No. Point of order.
Take no action?
Point of order.
I'd like to say something. I have people come to me and they got issues. They'll come to me and say somebody's doing something. If you come to my office and tell me one of my employees done something, I don't want to get excited, you might say, Kelly, you don't even care they done that? And I say, yeah, I might, but I'm going to investigate first to find out whether they done that or not before I say anything. So I kind of take offense when you say, we have supervisors doing that, without them supervisors having a chance to defend themselves in an open meeting, making a statement like that against them. That's kind of offensive to me. And I'm one of the departments, I've never had an employee quit. But I have had some accusations made against me that wasn't true, that I never got to defend myself. So when you say we have supervisors calling people's names or threatening them and stuff like that, those supervisors, you could be bearing false witness against somebody because there's no investigation been done. And I did one time file a grievance against my boss, Al Atkins. I worked at the shop. I was a mechanic. Al was foreman. And Al made an accusation against me. And I told Al, I said, Al, you don't get in the truck with me, go to City Hall? And he said, what are we going for? I said, because I'm going in there to file a complaint against you. What you said about me is not true. And I said, do you want to be there to defend yourself? I went to HR. HR called, which was Alvy Smith called Alvy Smith in there. I told my side, and Al told his, and Alvy Smith goes, well, Al, it wasn't Kelly that told me that. It was so-and-so that told on you. Al turned around and said, well, Kelly, I'm sorry. I apologize for accusing you of that, and I should have done a little more investigation. We went straight back to work. I worked for Al 2 or 3 more years, never had another problem. So I just don't like when we make that in an open meeting here, and so you got people out here thinking, hey, they got supervisors at the city of Wagoner treating their employees a certain way when them supervisors has not got to defend themselves at all.
I think we're referring to the two that spoke up last time.
Well, I mean, it's
I'm
just,
not-
We're talking about,
I'm not
we
sure
didn't
if
say
it
a
was an
name,
open
we
hearing.
said some.
Yeah,
which
but
we
when you
have
say-
had- Which I have had 4 employees in one department come and say something, and they were scared to lose their job because what the supervisor told them, do not go to counselor.
But when you say supervisors, how many supervisors are in this room?
Well, I didn't say how many in there. Well,
Yeah, so you can see, so when you say supervisors, that throws all of us into
well,
that.
I could throw names out.
Well, we really shouldn't even throw names out until investigations have been done.
Well, yeah, you're true, but, but.
So, and I think any council member can go to the personnel if they hear of an issue and make complaint to personnel. Where's
Which
personnel
some of
down
them
here?
have.
To make complaint to personnel that employees might not be treated right, and personnel can do that investigation, because I know that council members can do an investigation into something. I would just spur the investigation before we make accusations in an open meeting.
well, and to touch on what she's saying, and I understand what you're saying too, 2 things. One thing is, in the position that we're in and you guys are in, I can't take offense to what someone, if they are bad-mouthing all of us, because for me, I'm like, well, I know that's not me. On top of that, when it come down to supervisors, even from our last meeting, well, I wasn't here last meeting, but the meeting before, there was things that the supervisor was saying in that meeting that they never talked to HR about or reported. So that's kind of, so there was things that, again, even though it may not be you personally, but there's still other supervisors that didn't do their job, and then whenever it was, when we had that meeting, then they said something about it, like, well, how do we?
Well, I tell my command staff, if we
Right.
have to talk to them about something, we have to document
Right.
it. And it's not a write-up or nothing like that, we just document that we had that discussion.
Well, see, that's the
About
problem
that problem.
we have. We don't have a document, so it's like that meeting before last, this person got 6 different times, and no one documentation was up there.
And then
Well,
the
I-
supervisor refused to do anything.
Documentation.
I can't speak on them, but I'm telling you what we do. If it comes to that point where we have to have a discussion, we just write down what we talked about, and then they sign it and we sign it.
It should be.
And we just keep a
that
copy.
way all
Yeah.
the time, because you got something in
That-
the file.
And I've got no hard feelings over that, I'm just giving you my opinion on that right
Right,
there.
and we don't want you to take offense to it, but,
Yeah.
and like I was saying, it's just, it comes to a point where we get talked about and everything.
Yeah.
We can't, even if they say, you guys, all council members are doing this, well, I know, personally, me, I haven't
Yeah.
done that, and so I
And it
must
may
say
not
it's.
be you.
Yeah.
Well, I've never had an employee quit, so,
I mean, yeah, see, that's good supervisor, but you got other that, I had talked to and
Yeah.
called, first thing out of your mouth is that their supervisor said,
Yeah.
do not call councilmen for nothing.
yeah.
That's bad.
Yeah, they shouldn't tell that, because mine told me he wanted to talk to councilman, I tell him go.
Yours talk to
I-
council all the time.
I won't take any more of your time, but thank you for letting me speak.
Well, thank you for speaking.
I was gonna say, we even with that right there in that employee handbook, well, I know it's in there.
Phone
already.
number, yeah.
Well, no, I think it's already in there, but it has to be followed as far as, retaliation. I know it has to be in there, because I mean, that's, not even, that's more on the state level.
So we're gonna table this item?
You would table it?
Yeah, I would say
Thank
table it, I mean, maybe do a little bit more time, or do some more things that,
So you're wanting to have that highlighted, what's been changed,
When do you want to table it to?
next meeting?
Next meeting.
just be honest.
So before we table the
Next
next meeting, Rhonda,
Pardon?
can we not get the old handbook again, but highlight the difference on the old one? Is that a problem?
There's a lot.
Yeah.
That would be a question for HR, but yes, I'm sure.
Okay, thank you.
Item number 2, consider the adoption of a resolution authorizing an amendment to the purchase agreement with Enduring Capital LLC, authorized by Resolution 768, for the sale of Tract 3 of Wagoner Corner subdivision, a subdivision of part of the northeast quarter of the northwest quarter of Section 16, Township 17 North, Range 18 East of the Indian Basin Meridian, Wagoner County, State of Oklahoma, and a parcel of land in Tract 1 of Wagoner Corner subdivision, a subdivision of part of the northeast quarter of the northwest quarter of Section 16, Township 17 North, Range 18 East of the Indian Basin Meridian, Wagoner County, State of Oklahoma, more particularly described as follows. Beginning at the southeast corner of Tract 3 of said subdivision, thence north 89 degrees 19 feet 29 inches east to the easterly boundary of said subdivision. Thence northwesterly on a curve to the left and along said easterly boundary to the northeast corner of said Tract 3. Thence south 0 degrees 40 feet 31 inches east and along the east line of said Tract 3, a distance of 162.09 feet to the southeast corner of said Tract 3 and the point of beginning, or take other action.
So we have Alex and Blake here tonight, the two gentlemen that we're dealing with on this.
Hi, good evening. Thanks for having us.
Anybody have any questions for them?
Yeah, I mean, when we first did this, I knew back in the day when AJ was here, there was gas lines there. We all knew that. So what's the different perception when whoever did their appraisal and stuff, they should have reached out, or somebody should have knew that they was already there, because they've been there for a long time.
Who did the appraisal, I guess, what,
It was a group
Compro.
engaged by the city, yeah.
who was, I'm sorry?
Compro. I've got a copy of
Okay.
it here. If you want to
And-
look at it, I don't know.
No, it's fine, I was wondering who it
The
was.
first one was 235, right?
There's two tracks.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
Should be
that was
two
210
appraisals.
and,
It was like a
125.
2,000
You
and a
said
4,000,
210 and
I think.
oh wait,
125?
210, 125, yeah, 335.
335?
Yeah.
The
And
original
then-
appraisal.
The original appraisal, but you said that the two tracks were, one was,
The total cost was $330,000.
yes, I got that, what was?
210 is one, and then the other is 125.
125.
And then did the same, this is the same company, right? Did the
Yes,
second-
same one came back.
Okay.
So
With the
they
understanding
didn't
of the gas
incorporate the
line?
gas lines into the original.
So they came
appraisal.
back and we paid them
Which-
money, which they should already knew in the first place. That's what we're saying, right?
Well,
Because this was done, I mean, this was there back when AJ was there.
What
Gas
was,
line.
what was not done when they did the original appraisal was a survey, which we engage a surveyor, finish a survey ourselves.
To show the actual location.
So you guys did a survey?
We did a survey to show the actual location.
And who'd you hire for your survey?
Our engineering group out of Oklahoma City is Cedar Creek Engineering, and they employed a surveyor. I can get you the name. I think it's Golden Land Services, name of that surveyor.
You guys
It's
paid
in
for the
one
second
of,
survey?
sorry.
You guys paid for the second survey?
Yeah, there was only, one. I mean, there was, this site, to our knowledge, never
Or the
been
second
surveyed.
appraisal, I guess you call it?
We have proposed the city to cover the cost of the second appraisal.
So we paid a 2,000 and a 4,000, is that what you're saying, or you paid a 2,000?
We are proposing to pay whatever the cost was for the second appraisal. I don't think we ever knew what the.
I think it's 4,000 and something.
Okay.
No, that
I think
doesn't
that's
sound
what I
right.
got.
They might be flipped, yeah. I thought the number was 2,000 something, but.
Yeah.
So, with that being said, so basically we're going from 335 to 152?
152.
Okay.
correct.
And how much is the gas line estimated to be moved?
So we don't have a firm cost estimate from Oklahoma Natural Gas. We have a high-level cost estimate, which they are categorized on the low end of $262 or $7,000 to relocate that line basically north to parallel 51 as close as possible.
So, okay,
I
and
thought it was 183,000.
It wasn't, it was like 150 in 2020.
yeah, I was gonna say,
So that's how much the price has gone up since.
so
2000.
When the bank looked at it the first time, that's how much it was.
So it's no longer 183,000 to move the line, it's two.
No, on the low end, it's that.
That's the number we were quoted and.
Yeah, and you have to go through OG. or OG.
yeah, they have to,
Yeah, they can't just hire a plumber to go out there and do that. It has to be
I
owed.
get that, I mean, you just don't have a solid number.
Yeah,
They said this is the high-end number, and then when we actually get out there, like, it'll be somewhere in this range. So in 2020, when the bank asked them for the same thing, they said roughly around 150,000.
And that was-
We asked them, it was 200.
is that 2020?
So we don't have definite number or any documentation or paper stating how much it's gonna cost.
We've got a email
An
from
estimate.
Oklahoma Natural Gas with their estimate. I mean, to get a real number, we'll have to engage them formally, which we can't do until we have an agreement with the city. And then they'll spend several months engineering the exact relocation of that line. And they'll cost it out and then put it in front of us for approval.
They're not gonna waste time until it's a done deal.
Yeah, to get that.
Oklahoma Natural Gas
Yeah.
isn't.
So if we agree to sell it for 152,000, and they come back and say it's gonna cost, I'm just throwing a number out there, $280,000 to move this line, you guys gonna come back and say, hey, we need to lower that 150,000?
No.
This is the
No.
number we'll close regardless of what the gas line. So, I mean, essentially what the appraisal states is that 50% of this original tract is now not developable, cannot be developed
Right.
because of this gas line.
Right.
So we will, whatever happens down the road with the gas line, which will probably take years, we have been working with the county on that, and that's just not going anywhere quick.
And how much is the county giving you?
None.
No.
So no, to answer your question, the price, this is the price, doesn't matter what happens with OG. This
Yeah,
is
it'd
the
be on
price
us.
that makes this developable tract work today in economic for our development.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say, whenever, and I don't know if I even have that information, but whenever, I was the director for Fort Gibson Lake Association, Quick Trip was in negotiation, with buying the tract that's like right, basically on the east side of where you guys are talking about. And that was an issue there in I remember, maybe it was 2020. Maybe it was 2020, but I didn't recall it was 100. I thought it was 80-some thousand or something like there.
Maybe for that portion, I don't know, that was the number we got from the bank.
And I was gonna say, and I think it does, it depends on how far and where that's gonna be. Is it gonna be going, are you moving just a little bit of a section and then elbowing it back the other way? Or if you're taking it across so those are things that I believe that we need to know for specifically, because that right there there could be a different value, because right now we could say it is 260 something or whatnot to move it, but then later on you could change the direction of where you're gonna go with it, not saying, but, because that's still, that area is still it's a high valued area as far as, you know, real estate. And I mean, that's why you guys are here, because you know, it's something that, you know, you can actually do really well there. And, just hence, like I said, Quick Trip was willing to do the same thing for, I don't know if I should say this or not, but it was very much so close to that $300-some thousand just for something that was even way smaller. It was a triangle of an area, just to get that for about the same amount. And so, probably need to have, so that estimated value of 260, they tell you exactly how they're going to move it, and, because it depends on
we've
what,
got
it depends on how you guys are going to plat it and everything else, right? Like what you're going to put where for them to have to move the.
It's going north.
It's going-
You know how, so here's 51 Highway.
Right.
Right now it runs like this.
Right.
Now it's gonna go like that.
It's going to go straight across.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have an estimate route that they put together
Okay.
behind that number. And from our perspective, the gas line, there's only one piece of the gas line that needs to be moved. It's essentially from Medwise down to the Fort Gibson Community Center. So it's that
Right.
concave line, we're moving that from this to basically a straight elbow up
Right.
to Quick Trip and down. So we can take as much of that land that's currently undevelopable and hopefully bring more businesses,
Right.
more users, more tax base here, so.
I mean, we're talking about creating jobs, selling utilities, and sales tax.
If there was another way to move that we were aware of, we would
Right.
like to know that and want to know that, but we feel like we've exhausted all those efforts with the gas company. And they want to move too, they want to add more gas customers as well. So, I mean, they're incentivized as well to help us. And it's not, it's something they've looked at multiple times. So I don't think it's off the cuff or just something that's been thrown together on their
I
side.
understand. So just to clarify, the reappraisal is based off, it's minus whatever the gas line is going to cost, or estimate?
No,
No.
it's
No.
the usable.
Usable, okay,
It's-
gotcha,
it's
because
an area today. I mean,
Gotcha.
in our mind, there's a chance that the gas line can never get moved. The cost is only going higher.
Right.
When
I
they
get what
told
you're
us that number, they said this is a low-end estimate, which in my mind is okay. What is that? We won't know.
I understand, because you said undeveloped
But-
part right now, this is the developed part that you could actually do right now.
And this,
based off
it
of
could
that.
be done the day we close.
Right.
Which is contemplated, I think, December. But this amendment allows us to move forward with this current development. Hopefully, we can figure out the gas line down the road, but I think that's a multi-year project.
As it sits where that gas line is undevelopable.
Right.
So you can put pavement on it, that's it.
Correct me if I'm wrong, okay, but, the quicker we make this decision, the cheaper, the
Cheaper's gonna cost
cheaper
you.
it's gonna be to move that gas line.
And I don't
Because,
expect anything to
because
get.
what I'm hearing is the cost of that gas line is only rising, it's not, and that's-
Every day.
Everything we see indicates it's not gonna be cheaper a year from now, 2 years
Right.
from now, 5 years from
Okay.
now, 10 years from now.
We mow that ourselves right now, right? The city?
QT mows it.
No, I don't think we do. Who
No,
knows
it's,
that?
We don't mow it.
It's,
Somebody,
Fort Gibson Lake Social, I'm pretty sure, because they used to mow it all the whole time. I mean, and they.
Yeah, I think what's that guy that's on the board?
Yeah, they have a contract to mow QT and everything over there, and they've had it for a long time.
And Mr. Hicks, do you know the fee simple interest, what's that referring to?
What?
Fee simple interest, is that,
Do I know what that is?
yeah.
What it means, you mean the definition?
Yes.
Well, we're talking about interest in real estate. You could have like a life estate interest. Basically, a fee simple interest means you own the entire interest. That's the short version, you own the entire interest. Back in England, back in the days you had fee simple absolute, fee tail male, fee tail female, there were all different kinds of, all of which have been abolished. But we still have life estate interest. But fee simple basically, means you own the real estate.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Further discussion? Entertain a motion?
I'll make the motion. 152,000.
I mean, what?
And we make the motion to sell it
Basically adopt the resolution.
Enter into or to approve the resolution.
Resolution, enter the contract, yeah, make that motion.
That was for the 152, wasn't it?
It's in the resolution, yes,
I mean, the
ma'am.
resolution, yeah.
Yeah.
I got so much paper.
Entertain a second.
So made.
Have a motion and a second. Please call roll.
Wagoner,
Yes.
North,
No.
Higginbottom,
Yes.
Wilson,
Yes.
Sampson,
You want her to come back to you?
You done me.
You're supposed to chuckle there.
Oh, yeah. It's in the zone. Yes.
Wright.
No.
Thanks, council.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 3, consider employment of an auditor to perform the audit of City of Wagoner records for the fiscal year ended 6/30/2025, or take other action.
I would recommend the council to use the same one.
Littlefield. I think. It was somebody, it wasn't Littlefield.
Osborne?
Osborne.
It was Osborne, yes.
I'll make a motion to use Ralph Osborne CPA LLP for our audit
For the city.
for the city of Wagner.
Have a motion. Entertain a second.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Please call roll.
Higginbottom,
Yes.
Wright,
No.
Wagoner,
Yes.
North,
Yes.
Wilson,
No.
Sampson,
Yes.
Item number 4, consider purchasing workers' compensation insurance from OMAG or take other action.
Discussion?
Is there not another workers' comp person, or we have to get it from OMAG?
So I actually contacted a few other cities to see who they were using and all that good stuff. They come back, Tahlequah Public Works, Glenpool, Piedmont, Tahlequah, Muldrow, Hara, Coweta, Choctaw, Skytook, Altus, Collinsville, all use OMAG. So there was 2 that use, sorry, I gotta remember the name of it.
Durant was one.
Yes, sir. There was El Reno, Mustang, and Shawnee who are self-insured, as well as they carry. So I talked to the self-insured municipality because I was curious as to how that works. Because be honest, I haven't ever dealt with the self-insured part. The city of Shawnee is who I spoke with, and so they carry $828,000 in their budget to pay claims. They also employ CBR, which is who we use through OMAG, to assist them with the administration part of the claims. And then they also pay for an additional insurance, which is, they do that through Midwest Employers, which is a excess liability insurance. The other place that they use throughout the other 2 cities I saw was CompSource Mutual, which in the past we did use CompSource Mutual. The year I started is the year that we switched over to OMAG, and they had one claimant still on with CompSource, And there was zero communication. Like, they just never communicated with me what was going on. So that was my only experience with them, and that wasn't a great one. OMAG is very good at communicating. They're very good at helping us with our claims. The city of Durant uses a different service called Claims Administrative Services, but I did not have an opportunity to speak with them about their, what they use.
So, let's see here, the amount is 70,000 a year?
No, that is per quarter. The total amount's $280,104, which, yes, is an increase. We've also had a lot of pretty big claims, I'm not gonna lie. Let's see, back in '22, the total cost for OMAG was $255,000, and then we took a decrease the following year. We went down to $234, and then, of course, last year we went back up to $250. So it kind of fluctuates year to year based on our loss ratios and whatnot. Also, I would like to point out that OMAG has reimbursed us, like, say we have a good year where things are going well and we haven't had very many claims, they give us our share back, which I can't remember all of the amounts, but there's been a few significant amounts that we've received back from OMAG. And I also spoke with Tina at OMAG, and to be frank, I asked her, why should I use you? Instead of just going to CBR direct, because, CBR is pretty much the one that powers everything. And she said, because with OMAG, they are typically able to negotiate with CBR to receive discounts. And so she said what they see typically is a city that were to go direct to CBR is going to be about 5% more than what they would get through OMAG with OMAG discounts. But if you did choose to go to CBR direct, if they happen to quote higher, you're stuck with that quote. You can't come back to OMAG and get that quote again.
Right.
So you would be stuck with it.
So, I guess my only thing is, just with the bodily injury or whatnot, and for each employee and stuff like that, so I mean, at 280, 2 years, you can self-insure. I mean, and then 3 years, then 4 years. And the thing is, if we have this set aside, like Shawnee, is that what you said?
Yes, Shawnee. They also employ CBR, so they pay an additional amount to CBR. Plus, they have the additional insurance, which she didn't have a number for me at that moment, but they're spending a heck of a lot more money doing it that way.
Well,
But they are also a bigger city. They also have a lot more options.
right. Yeah, I mean, so do you have any data as far as the claims that we've had so far with?
I did request that, and Tina's working to get me a loss ratio to give me, but unfortunately wasn't able to get that before today. But like I said, I've had a fantastic run with OMAG. They've done excellent communicating, being a user-friendly website. I really can't say anything bad at this point.
I don't think that, I mean, it's convenience where if there is an issue, I understand that part of it, and, but I'm also looking at it as as, again, the self-insuring or whatnot, and using CBR whenever we need them, and that may not be, maybe one time, maybe 3 times, may not be, it may be 0 times. But then again, we'll have, I mean, even if we still budget $280,000 a year, for this, then again, we could definitely self-insure,
Well-
on that part of it, so.
That depends on, that's if you only have one person, have one each on each of these instances. If we had a multiple, I mean, just hypothetically, several linemen get
Right.
injured on a call,
Right.
that's 100,000 for each accident,
Right.
each employee, so.
Can I interject this one?
Yes, sir.
Sure, 'cause I'm in the.
If you're going to
business.
do the self-insured, you're probably going to have an actuary to help you.
Right.
The big thing with workers' comp is medical. You have to provide the medical. You could run into $1 million worth of medical on one claim.
Quick and easy.
And I mean, and it's extremely dangerous. So you have to have excess insurance.
So with that
And
being,
how much at what point do you buy the excess and that sort of thing?
well, we just stated $1 million, we don't have $1 million on here, we have $100,000 per accident per employee. So that means $1 million would still be out of the question because they would not pay that. Because it's not what our policy is,
No, I don't think so. I think
'Cause-
it's plus medical.
so I was gonna say, and then you have to reinsure with someone else to make sure that you
Right,
have it.
exactly, right.
So,
Yeah.
but when you said $1 million right now, it's only 100,000, and then bodily injury by disease, and that's specific to disease, that's only 500,000. So we're literally only at $100,000 by one accident, one person. So if one person gets an accident, they can go up to $100,000. And so, I get what you're saying, but that doesn't,
Well, the workman's, I mean, I don't know the insurance.
what I do, and that's why I'm saying what I'm saying.
So, but if somebody files workman's comp, I mean,
They still have to go through they gotta go through their, what's it called, their sick leave and all the other stuff, they gotta go through that process. They still, if they're hurt, they still have to use their insurance, medical insurance, and then you gotta go from there, so. And then this right here, all those things add up, and then they go to that, so.
As it stands, if an employee were to get hurt, they go on what is called TTD, and CBR pays for it. And so it doesn't use the sick leave, it doesn't use their vacation leave, it doesn't use our medical. It's all going through CBR. Yes, sir.
Well, again, I guess I'm back to the 280. And we're never gonna go to $1 million because we don't have a policy for $1 million. So again, they would have to reinsure, so basically it's 100,000. And it depends on if it's an accident or disease. So I mean, those are line item for each specific thing. So if we do have two people, then we have $280,000 to do that. And that's just two people. That's why I want to have the information about how many people we've had, or if anything, I mean, there's, because that makes a difference.
Like, I have requested that information. Hopefully I'll receive it soon, so. But,
Further discussion?
thank you.
Appreciate it.
yes, sir.
Entertain a motion?
So this expires on first of next month?
Yes, sir.
I said, I don't know the insurance business, but, so if we was gonna do something different, we'd have needed to be on it long before this.
That's kind of what I'm thinking
Well,
too.
and then on top of that, did we have any other, there was no other companies given to us for us to even look at different ones. I know there was a CBR, but this is the only one we got. And so, I mean, if we're gonna spend $280,000, we probably should look into more than just OMAG. And I'm good with OMAG on, certain things, even this right here. But again, whenever you're paying $280, we definitely probably should have got other companies to look into so we can make a better decision. Because again, right now, I'm thinking as an insurance person for, 15 plus years, I'm thinking I'm thinking self-insuring. I would. Unless I had a whole.
Wasn't it stated during our budget meetings that all of our insurance companies have increased?
Yes.
I mean, different insurances that we have for,
Are you talking about employee insurance?
yes, and
Well, we changed, remember, we changed it, we took some down and got better coverage with other things, but, and actually, I think we were up a little bit, but it was because we got more coverage or whatnot, so.
We added short term.
Yeah, we actually got more benefits.
And we won't do property insurance and vehicle insurance till October. Those come due November. And I anticipate all those going up just due to the cost of replacements.
Yeah.
That's how they base, everything is replacement cost of buildings.
And I guess what I'm getting at, whenever you, and I get this right here, whenever you're looking for a property insurance or your car and house and everything else, you go shop for it. And so, and not saying that this could be the best company, you know, but we don't know, I mean, we don't know that. We don't, some other company could give us $280,000, or our premium's $280,000, but they can go up to $200,000 each accident and everything else. So now, that's better, because now we're even closer to, you know, if we had 10 people, you know, God forbid anyone get hurt, but now we could actually push that to $200,000 per accident per employee, instead of, and then we're still paying $280. So then that right there, to me, it's like, if I'm gonna pay $280,000, I want more insurance. But if there's another company out there that can give me that, then I definitely wanna make sure that I've exhausted all my, instead of just paying one company that, whatever it is, until we decide that it's too high, and then try to look for someone else.
So how long do you need to get some other information?
I honestly don't know. I can start reaching out first thing in the morning.
Good.
Yeah, it says we're supposed to have another meeting 7 days prior to, for the budget approval, right? So, I mean, we have to have another one anyway, so. Probably be best to move that to that same day.
I'm just saying, because I think, I mean, honestly, I don't know. There may not be any other companies out there better than this right now. But I sure would, again, we would not, you wouldn't just choose one company. We're always looking we're shopping every year or every other year with our car insurance and our homeowners insurance because of the price. Because like you said, everything is going up and up and up. But again, I've been with the same company for a long time because I have a high, you know, insurance, but I'm okay with it because I'll pay whatever it is because I know I'm well, you know, insured and covered liability.
So we're gonna have another meeting before the first of the year? Well, I mean, before
7
the
days
first of
prior.
July.
Today's the 11th.
At least 7
I don't
days.
believe we have one planned.
When is our meeting in July?
July 7th.
6th, 7th, yeah. I think if we're gonna look at other routes, we're gonna have to do that next year and look at them earlier on.
Well, and I get what you're saying, but I mean, this is brought to us right now, and probably should have been looked into a whole lot deeper than just picking this one. That's kind of where I'm at with it.
Yeah.
Because now we're at
We're in a bind.
shouldn't be, but
Shouldn't be, I mean, it's something that you knew you're gonna have to have.
We gotta have it.
when you insurance shop or whatnot, you're looking 2-3 months out before you knew that renewal date is gonna be, so, and we got it. Whatever day it was, a couple of days ago.
Monday night, 7 o'clock.
So, I mean, this is a big purchase, and we need it. But, I don't know.
Further discussion? Entertain the motion?
I make a motion to table this item
To win.
to
You'll
The
have to
next
have a
available
special call
meeting.
meeting before the first of,
We don't have a special meeting scheduled. The next meeting would be the 7th.
we got two choices, either approve it or have a special call meeting before the first, so we don't run out of insurance. I think that's our only two options, am I correct?
And I don't know that we can get the quotes by then.
We should,
Days
well,
11.
I mean, it almost,
All I'm saying is I can work on it first thing in the morning.
yeah, I was gonna say it has, or, I mean, it almost, yeah, we have to have it, like, we have to. Because you want us to spend $280,000 knowing that it.
No, I get what you're saying.
No, and I'm not talking, I'm just,
I'm just saying, that's
Right,
our
and
only two
that's what-
options,
yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
because I mean.
Have a special call meeting or approve it, that's our only two options.
Yeah,
Okay. I suppose
If
you
we,
call
if we
me.
go to a vote, I'm not gonna be approving, I'm gonna say no. So, it's up to you guys. But I want more quotes, I do.
Yep.
So would 2 weeks be, well, let's see, what's the June 11th, so even 2 weeks to the 20, what is it, 20 days? The 21st, what is that?
Hold on.
You're on the phone with me.
21st is a Sunday.
Okay, not that. So,
Busy.
21st is Saturday.
21st
Yeah.
is a Saturday.
Yep, Saturday, I stand corrected.
So, I mean, we could
What
even
about the
look.
19th?
Yeah, well,
What about
give, I would even say the
23rd?
23rd. Yeah,
Everybody's cool, 23rd, Monday?
Monday, the 23rd?
that's 20 days.
I'm
and-
trying to
and-
think.
So, I don't know if I have anything in mind. How many days, I'm sorry?
12 days.
Ooh, that's 12 days, yeah.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Yeah, 12
Let's
days.
do it the 26th,
26th,
What's that on?
Thursday.
Thursday. 26th.
You got something on Thursday?
Not mine.
They give you a week and a half to do that? You good with that, or, well, a little over a week and a half, I guess.
Just 2 weeks.
No, I got you. I got you. I got you. Yeah, I'm good with that.
The only concern I have is the governing body must adopt by resolution 7 days prior to the fiscal year. Is that an issue, Mr. Hinks?
Your budget has to be adopted.
That's just the budget
Budget.
only,
Your
It doesn't
budget
have
has to be
on that
adopted.
day. It has to be
7 days prior.
prior to, yeah.
Yeah, it has to be by the 23rd.
Don't work for you, Anthony?
Well, it either will or it won't.
We got the 30th,
30th,
Well,
what day is that?
Monday.
You're not going to have your budget numbers.
I'm sorry.
I mean, it's going to affect your budget numbers.
So,
That's true.
so,
Yeah, I didn't think about that either.
so right now, is there 280 already
Not really.
marked for that?
I'm pretty confident about that. We have it already in the departments and also reserved in the city and public works to add to if it's needed.
So how does that, I mean, why would that, with that being said, so right now, let's say it is $280,000 or $300,000 in there, whatever and that's allocated for just this alone, for workers' comp. So what we don't use, and there can be an amendment later on to
There'd be
move
a
that money
budget
to another
amendment to that,
department, or
Ken?
I mean, we
We
do it all the
can
time.
amend the budget.
Yeah.
Is
But we can put the budget in place per statute, then we can move on if we gotta, cause do it all the time anyway, like if we wanna move something to something else. we
Oh,
do
yeah.
it. So I think that, we could, so that, for me, it's not a definitive thing why we can't just do this, and then we can keep whatever is in there right now, and then we know that this, once we get our quotes back, it may be better or may not be, and we can just go with this, and it's already in the budget, so.
Yeah.
Let's not do the 30th, that scares me.
Okay, we'll
Let's
do,
do
we
that.
do
Do
the
23rd.
23rd, or whatever you said,
Yeah.
the one before that
The
Thursday.
Thursday?
Was that 26th or 23rd?
That's Monday.
No, I believe it's
Okay, going
the
Thursday.
26th.
26th, Thursday, 26th.
Well, I like the 23rd, but
I don't mind that either.
Okay, Monday, 23rd.
Right now, I don't have any.
It's my
That work for you, Shane?
23rd.
The 23rd?
I'm like Monday.
Anthony, it will or it won't.
Be
It's
here or
Monday,
don't.
23rd.
Okay.
I feel like there's something that day.
Well, Tuesday,
What's that?
24th.
I guess you table it to the 23rd?
That's what you guys want to do. I'm good with that.
Is mine going hunting? The hunting day?
So
What
you
is
want to
this?
table this item until June 23rd, is that correct?
Yes.
And actually, didn't we just,
What did we
On the-
table?
yeah, well, we tabled something else, I mean.
well, that's for the next meeting.
That's
Next
for
month.
You said the
That's
next
policy.
meeting.
Yeah,
but,
next
yeah.
meeting.
That's fine, yeah, we need probably more time.
Okay, that should be in and out.
Yeah.
They didn't say, they just said the next meeting.
Yeah.
well, we need to clarify that.
Yeah. what was it we tabled?
We take the
The
handbook.
policy manual. Do you want to table that until the 23rd or till the next regular meeting?
Next regular meeting.
On
Yeah, we
this
need more
July.
time for that. Yeah, 'cause
So
they'll give her more time to do it.
I'd really appreciate that. I think
Yeah,
that needs to
I
be
don't wanna.
the next
Okay.
regular meeting.
Okay, thank
I will
you.
be all here.
Yeah.
Just for clarification.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's what I was to understand.
Item number 5, public hearing on 2025, 2026 city and EMS budgets.
Anyone like to speak on that?
I'm new to all this, so I apologize. I'm a paralegal in the private sector, so I'm paying attention to this from the legality part, for the most part, on all of these issues. But I'm looking at the budget.
Use the microphone, please, ma'am.
What is your name?
Donna Gaither. I work for a law firm in Tulsa. I live here in Wagoner. So what I'm looking at on this budget, and I would like better understanding of it. So I see on our budget that we have money put aside for the cemetery, and does that include the cemetery extension there for Parkinson?
Yes, ma'am.
Will that help pay for that, for the fencing around that, and when will that occur? Will we have a time?
Don't know when that'll occur, so we're looking at several things on that. First one is the road. That's been completed.
Right?
We're also looking at another important thing is the mausoleums to put ashes in. That's been a grave concern from lots of citizens that want those.
A concern of mine as well is that we have a city workshop, whatever you want to call that, right smack dab in the middle of that. That's not very attractive. Is there any fencing that's going to go around that work building that's smack dab in the middle of that new cemetery?
No, ma'am.
What are we going to do about parking for people that come in?
People park on the roads?
Well, my house sits right in front of that.
No, ma'am. They'll park on the cemetery road.
Okay. Well, I hope it stays that way.
I mean, they can park on that road. That's a
Because I
public road.
own the property my house is on and the 2 empty lots next to that, that's all mine.
I mean, that's public property.
All I'm saying is if people start to park in front of my house and my property, that will become a problem to me. That's all I'm saying.
I don't know that that's ever happened, ma'am.
Okay. My other issue is on, there's absolutely nothing on here for our animal control building.
There's $15,000.
Okay, and where is that showing on here?
That's under the police department.
Okay. So, as a side note, and you and I discussed this when I approached you last time, was that, does the city need help with grant writing? And who is our grant writer right now?
Just about all of us.
Okay, well, I'm assisting in that as well, specifically for the animal building.
And like I explained to you before, ma'am, you have to be careful with grants. A lot of people think that grants are just 100% free money.
And I'm a
It's not.
paralegal, and I pay
know, you've clearly told
attention.
me that about 75
Yeah,
times.
well,
So
I'll say it again, that's okay.
It's, I get that, but a lot of people don't understand. You have to have matching money on a lot of grants.
Correct, I've been told that. And so my research has been that specifically, money that we do not have to pay back.
Okay, ma'am, we're talking about the budget.
Right. And I'm talking about the budget
You're
for,
talking about a grant writer.
which goes in line with money that goes to
We're
the
talking
police
about the
station.
current budget,
That
ma'am.
goes for the animal control.
That, what you're talking about has nothing to do with this proposed budget.
How much is put aside for animal control?
$15,000
And how is that going to be allocated through the next?
through the police
6
department.
6 months?
What do you mean?
Because we still presently have issues with that building.
Ma'am, have you been to that building?
I've driven past it, yes, I have.
Driven past it and going to it is two complete different things.
Right.
I'm sure that man right there would be more than happy to take you down there and let you see it for yourself.
Is it open right now?
It is.
So there's no liability in me walking through it?
You can't walk through it by yourself, no ma'am.
All righty.
There's a substation 40 feet from it.
What does that have to do with anything?
If you get electrocuted and killed, that's going to be on the city of Wagoner.
So why do
If
we-
you get mad and throw a piece of metal in
So
there,
why do we have people working there if
because they're city
there's a liability?
employees.
Does that raise our workers' comp issue?
Yeah.
I highly doubt it. Once again, ma'am, you're straying way off from the budget.
Well, I'm just asking questions because I'm new at this. I'm a new cat in the game, and I'm going to sit through all of these, and I'm going to ask questions till I figure stuff out.
Okay, that's fantastic, but right now, we're talking about the budget.
Yes, and that's what I'm specifically asking about, is the animal control that's going through the police station.
15,000.
And that's 15,000. That's not
Yes,
going to
ma'am.
go very far.
Budget related, there's also other funds for repair, maintenance, supplies, the animal control payroll. But the item that he's referring to is specifically for upgrades to the department, that's additional money that's been set aside.
Okay.
There's more than just 15,000.
Is there not a fence
Yeah.
around the substation?
Yeah.
Go, and that's the same substation on.
Let's stay on the budget, please.
Is it one?
I don't know.
Do you have any other questions, ma'am?
No, that's specifically my question, the cemetery and the animal control building.
Okay.
But, I mean, I've got other comments, but it has nothing to do with the budget, and that's it.
Well, this is a public hearing for the budget.
Yes, and I would appreciate it if you wouldn't dumb down people, because
Ma'am, I'm not going to get in this with you.
it's
This
not
is
cool.
over, okay?
Yep.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Did Chief get his copier in the budget? Yes, for a copier, did he get it? Yes? Yes. Awesome.
Please use the mic.
Oh, I'm sorry, gosh. What you guys don't know is that in their budget packet, there's a whole bunch of pages on salaries. Yeah, I don't get that. It's been there a couple of years at least that I know of. In this budget paper, if you even look under, like, let's say EMS, they've promoted someone on this paper to assistant director, and it's not been approved by council, but it's in the budget. It's on the budget pages, and it's in the salary pages. And I know 2 or 3 years ago, however long ago it was that Schilling was here, they had the big.
We're talking about
Yes,
this
I'm talking-
budget.
Yes, and salaries are in the budget. and
Not
raises
2
are
or
in the
3
budget.
years ago, this current budget.
Yes, that's what, I'm getting to it, if you'll just
I think
have a
2 or 3 are-
minute worth of patience with me.
Let's just try to stay on topic with this budget, please.
I am staying on top of it, I'm talking about salaries and raises.
2 to 3 years ago.
And they gave 3%, that's all I was going to say. It was voted on by the council to give 3% across the board when Schilling was here. Since then, I haven't seen a specific agenda item separating out approval of salaries and raises. And I heard earlier that we're going to get across-the-board raises, but that's not what the salary papers say. It's not just 3%. Some people get 10, some people get 7.5. A whole bunch of people get 3. But there are specific people every year that have gotten 10% raises. And last year, they said, yep, we approved the budget.
It's due to the wage study. Some people are still not up to scale.
Was that done a couple of years ago or recently?
We've
Nah,
done it numerous.
Probably, it's probably 4 years, no, we haven't done
What are
one.
we talking about a couple of years ago now? There's a 2024 OML salary guide put out this year that you can do a wage study on. Wagner didn't participate for some reason, but my point is that you've got a committee with employees on it, apparently, or whoever is deciding on these raises, and it's not being discussed within the council. I mean, go to executive session. I don't want to hear what you're talking about people's money or their names, or we don't want to give you any liability or like happened last time about talking about specific people, but the council needs to be able to discuss each person's raise if it's different than 3%. Title 11 says you're supposed to have a merit system by ordinance in order to do these yearly evaluations so that you can give raises. Georgia Pacific may give an across-the-board raise, but I agree with these people right here if you're not working for your nickel or your quarter, or back when I was working, it was like a nickel, right? If you're not don't have something to strive for in your yearly evaluation, are you going to rock at your job? Yeah, if you're that kind of person. But like they said earlier, people get disgruntled. If you're out there kicking butt and someone's over there playing solitaire all day and you get the same amount of raise, it doesn't give them anything to strive for in their lives. It's not going to cause a problem. It's not going to cause a problem. You're not going to go back there and tell what people got. If these people want to go through the bank together and look at each other's checks and get mad at each other or talk about what raise they got and what they got, y'all can't help that. They're going to do it this year right now because it's not an across-the-board raise. And cost of living is completely different. You give cost of living raises. If they're not up to the cost of living of what's around you, give them a cost of living raise. You don't give them 10%. Especially if you haven't evaluated their work performance. I don't understand that. And whoever chooses that raise, you guys make the policies and you guys create the offices and you guys approve the pay. You give a 30% raise for 20 years, what are you going to make? I mean, caps would be great, but it's like that longevity bonus. The longer you're here, are you still working hard? Getting that longevity bonus? That's in the budget too. It should be on merit. It should be on working hard. And these people need to decide who gets 10%. Because it's just picked and choosed on. And hello? Gone. Hello?
No, you're not on. Did you turn it off?
Hello?
Is the light on?
No, there it is. Hello? No?
It's on. I can hear.
Hello? Okay. Okay, so you guys should be choosing the raises and their percentages.
No, it's off.
I think somebody's cutting it off.
Probably.
For the battery.
I'll just talk loud. So you guys should be choosing the raises.
Oh,
You guys should be looking at performance evaluations, which you just said you're not getting. You don't know who's been written up, who's not been written up. You have no idea, and those raises are just coming right in front of you. You don't know. You don't know because you don't get any communication. You don't get paperwork. You don't get documentation of what happened that month with any employees at all. Not one bit. I hope you looked at your salary pages because the 10% here, the 3% there, and the 7% there on top of cost of living raises, and then promoting people and creating positions that you guys haven't created yourselves, or even said that you want to hire, or even said that you want to promote. Did they look at anybody else for promotion? Did you get their evaluations in their papers saying, oh, well, this guy's better than that guy that have been there the same amount of years or longer? No. It's just in here. It's in here. It's in here. And you appropriate money all the time, but you can't appropriate someone's salary away. And if you approve this right here and you don't make that person assistant director, you're going to be sued. Goes right here. So I would suggest a separate line item. Go in there, make us go outside, whatever you do. Because that's dangerous. And approving this budget tonight, here in the salaries, it says, for this person, oh, thank you. It says for this position or that position, which means it's in your budget paper too. It's not just a separate salary line item. So you're approving it right now. You're approving promotions. You're approving new hire positions. They're already advertised on the city website. They're already advertised on the city website. There. The ones that you're hiring for, you haven't even said you want to hire those people again. And you've promoted from within without telling any of you. And in this small town where everybody knows each other and we're all buddies and we got the work family and everything, employees cannot choose to promote their buddy or whoever they think is best without asking you guys and showing you whether they've even been there, done their job, got you involved in a lawsuit, whatever it is. That's what I'm saying. You approve the budget, you're approving those salaries, And I hope you've looked at who they gave raises to and who they gave 3%. Because the power is vested in the council. Power is vested in the council. It's you guys that have to make all the decisions, and you have to make sure that they give you the information that you need, or you're not getting it. Thank you.
Moving on.
Item number 6, discussion and planning of the City of Wagoner budget for the fiscal year 2025-2026.
Everyone there? Okay. After balancing the checking accounts and going over the department heads' budgets with them, we had a slight increase, well, actually, it's more than a slight, 46,000 more than the last meeting. You'll see that highlighted in the revenues. Any questions about revenues? In Parks and Recs, there was no changes since the last meeting. Does anyone have questions about Parks and Rec?
Let's see here. I believe I do with the salaries, I do.
Okay.
I know I mentioned it before, it's been a while. But as far as Mr. Rucker's salary, and it says up here that you removed Mr. Peters on here.
Yes.
I mentioned before that I know that there was a base salary that was made for that. And then Peters was moved, but to another position. And then so my recommendation on that is that Mr. Rucker should be getting paid the highest amount, and then Mr. Peters should be getting paid if he wants, so that has to happen.
Okay.
Hold
So,
on, what are you saying?
So, Mr. Peters, if you can look on there, what is budgeted for him? Because it was basically.
That's not in parks, though.
can I,
Well, I understand it, but
Go ahead.
that's what I'm getting at, but
that had already been addressed several months ago when he actually, when Gary became, and you guys Mr. Peters took a pay cut, and those funds were reallocated to Gary and a couple of other, Parks Department's employees. Okay?
Yeah, I understand that part, but again, yes, it was, he took a pay cut, but his pay cut was only enough to be moved to give Mr. Rucker, I think it was $24 or something like that.
18.
Well, no, it was
No.
20-something dollars, then he gave some of his salary to his employees, which shouldn't happen, it should be his, and he did that out of, kindness. And what I'm getting at, so even though he's reduced, let me go back, even if he was at $24, Mr. Peters is at, and another, and what is he getting paid?
25.
25. So what I was getting at.
Which one are you talking about?
Mr. Peters. So he's getting paid $25. So basically what happened, you cut his in half, but really didn't, you basically just took
We took $5 away.
$5 away from him, gave it to Gary.
I thought it was
It was seven, you're right.
671.
It was 7 something, but then you gave $7 for Mr. Peters, gave it to Gary, and then Mr. Rucker gave $4 and something to his employees. So what I'm getting at, so basically where I'm at with it is that,
I think I know what you're saying.
yeah,
Are you saying for Gary to be bumped, sitting at year one on the wage scale for that position? What are you saying?
well, no, well, yeah, so, yeah, he definitely should be.
He definitely should be.
Definitely should
Yeah.
be getting paid more than Mr. Peters. Because he took that position, and how many, may I ask, how many years have you been working for the city? A little over 9 years? And
But-
so, and I know you're gonna say something about the part where, you know, time in service or whatnot, time in that position, but still, when it come down to whenever when you're hired, you know, if you're in that same department, your time and grade still matters, no matter if you were a supervisor or not. You're a supervisor for the fact that before you weren't a supervisor, but you're a supervisor now because the fact you have that experience and knowing the job. So that
I
experience.
don't disagree with you one bit on that, but I'm worried again that that could possibly get us in some trouble if we do that now.
Can I comment?
trying to figure out what you're getting.
What I'm getting at.
Trying to
that-
reverse the pay, that's what
Yeah, I'm
it
trying to
is.
reverse the pay.
Give Mr. Peters pay to Mr.
Well, I
Ruggers.
ain't gonna say
No,
that.
no, he's saying, let's say this person worked in the park department for 9 years. He's saying that, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you're saying that that this individual that we're talking about should be sitting at a park supervisor as he's been there for 9 years. That makes me
And on
nervous.
top
You
of,
gonna
on top,
decrease Mr. Peters' pay?
he's not the part, because right now, the only thing they took was $7. So let's just say, let me give you this example. Let's say the supervisor for Parks Department is a $30 an hour job. That's what it is, no matter what because you still have skills, right? Because if you're there for 20 years or 30 years, it's gonna be up because you have the cost of living and also your raises that you get every single year. That's gonna go up there. But yes, I believe that if it is a $30 an hour job for park supervisor, he should be paid accordingly, and it shouldn't be where you take that money from, because what happened, you took the money from the Parks Department and moved, let's say essentially 75 to 80% of that money from the Parks Department for that job specifically to another department to make that other job. So again, so basically, we really didn't do anything other than take $7 here, put over here, and then take 75% of this money, because right now there should be, is anyone in your old job, the job that you did have before supervisor, is there anyone in your old job? So basically.
Well, we're short right now, I believe.
But what I'm getting at, the job that he was doing is no longer there, just taken away, but then made him a promotion, but then not giving him the promotion.
But he's worth the
Uh,
promotion.
Okay,
Well-
can I please?
Yes, please, yes.
Okay, so I agree with a lot of what you're saying. We have the rate scales. Okay, when we did the study, there was not a position for special projects /
Right.
parks director. There was nothing like that. So after Peters got his pay cut, got moved to a different department, that should be done. Now, we have a scale in the Parks Department that doesn't now match what we need.
Right.
That scale has been increased. And you will see in Mr. Rucker that, when we first started, we said nobody is getting more than 10%. That's what we capped it at as a decision, talking. So he's got that 10% in there. And if everything goes right next year, he should get another increase according to that scale, or however we choose to do payroll. But as of right now, according to the guidelines we had kind of set, he is at max, and we did due diligence by bringing that scale up higher.
So my question is, what made you come to the pay scale for Mr. Peters right now? If there was no rate study or for that, so what made you put that where he is right now?
The amount that was approved, I guess, when he took the cut in front of council.
But that, to me, that don't make any sense, because there's, basically, it was like the rate study.
I don't have a scale for him now at all.
Well,
All he
that's-
is getting
that's
is
what I'm
cost of living. I do not have a scale.
Well, that's what I'm getting at, like, so there's a scale for a job that was already there, but then, and you're putting a cap on it, which,
If you took the money away, I'm assuming you're not giving more than cost of living back. So therefore, we did not look into having another scale for special projects.
well, that's why I was just saying that.
That's a created job.
Yeah, and that's it, and again, that could be in the scale later on, but right now, it was decided that Mr. Peters get X amount of dollars. No matter if there was a scale, there's no data to give him that amount of money, other than, let's take 7 from him, put it over here, and then let's move him to here. And then, like I said, Mr. Rucker's old job is still, there is no, that's not there, that's not been, there's no employee there for the job that he actually was before. So all I'm getting at, where I'm getting at, Mr. Rucker should be at $25, and Mr. Peters, yes, should be at $18, or, because then we're gonna be going back to, because of his kindness, taking that money back from other people, which shouldn't happen. So what I'm getting at, yes, he should be at Parks Department Supervisor at $25, and Mr. Peters with a new, whatever, new job that was made should be at 18. Yeah.
What about his years of service,
but-
though?
Yeah, well,
What does Mr.
but
Peters
what,
make-
but the years of,
right now?
Do what now?
the years of
What-
service
what does
on a
Ken
new
make right
job, I
now?
mean, there's no
I
scale
still
for that
didn't
right
know.
now. You
Go-
can figure it
go through
out
all this.
whenever. Go.
25.
20, yeah, oh, yeah. What'd you say, he's been here for 25 years?
What?
Hold on,
what's
what?
Kenneth make right now? Salary?
25 an hour.
25.
I don't know what the salary is.
25?
I believe that's.
No,
what-
it's not a
want to give it
salary,
a-
it's an
No, it is.
You want
It's-
the
you're talking about
yearly?
his-
Huh?
Yeah,
Want the
I mean,
yearly?
I can go
What?
through
You
this.
want the yearly?
I just didn't know if you
Yeah.
He
I
wants
still
the
can
yearly?
hear you.
Yeah, what's a yearly?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
I just didn't know if you knew off the top of your head. Was that-
I don't,
I'll look it up for you.
no, that's what I'm getting at, like, we're,
So we're wanting to give him a $7 an hour pay cut?
Again,
What does it do?
it's a new job.
What were, could I?
He'll be, he's making 53,000 a year.
We're gonna, if you approve the budget, just arguing, I mean, I'm not disputing anything you say about salaries, I'm not into that conversation at all. But if you approve the budget the way it is, then you adjust his salary and amend the budget. Not adjust his salary by amending the budget. I mean, you need to deal with his salary first. Right now, he has a salary and the budget is based on that salary.
But we can amend it.
You can always amend the budget, and you can always amend his, well, you can always amend his salary.
We can-
It's kind of a chicken and egg proposition here.
Right.
And I think if you amend the budget the way it is, if you want to change anybody's salary, you get to change their salary, then you can come back in and you can amend the budget and take it out, that line item and put it somewhere else.
I know the last time we tried to do all that amending stuff, no, it's too late, you can't amend.
You can,
I remember that
I
last
mean,
year.
we
Yeah, it
can, we
didn't
can, but I'm just saying, but what we're talking about.
Amended before.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
We-
We're talking about.
we amend the budget.
That's where I'm, we're talking about
We didn't.
salaries and budgets right now. And so, but what is stopping us from doing it now compared to
But
a
what
month
you're
from
talking-
now? And, because I've talked about this before, and so I don't want to not do it again and then hope that we get it done later on. That's kind of where I'm at with it.
I think part of it is because we set the baseline at 10%. We have other employees who are not on the wage scale as well.
Right.
And we've also maxed them out at 10%. If you do him, then there's others that need to be done too. 'Cause that's, I mean,
Well, yeah, you're right, and that's why we go to that.
that's why we have to
merit-based-
stop at some point. You know,
gotta
that's the
start somewhere.
precedent. We did start the last 2 years, and this would be our third year doing that.
There's a lot of 10% on here that shouldn't be 10%.
According to the wage scale, it is
Wage scale
correct.
don't mean nothing. Because OML, when I asked them about the wage study, Wagner hasn't put any numbers in the last 3 years for them to even compare with other towns.
I believe
And-
Lori
I
sent
think it was
those
like
numbers.
2 years, something like that.
She told me today she sent those numbers to OML.
Yeah, well, OML sent me 0.
The council approved the wage study, and that's what I'm going from, is what the council hired someone to do, and that's what I've been implemented, because that's what I've been asked to do. Now, next year, if you guys want to go a different route, I'm all open, but let's do it in like January or February, so that we have time to come up with a methodology that you are all comfortable with. We've had several changes since then around the board. But right now, I am implementing, as I've been told from the council.
Yeah, and I was.
And like I said, I completely understand what you're saying about Gary. I get that. But it makes me nervous to do that and not do it to others.
Well, I guess what I'm getting, we're creating other jobs, we can see that this was, the money that was taken or allocated for that specific job was taken to another department to make another job. Like, that's it, that's what.
His job still exists. It's not a new job. This job has been here
It's
for
a new-
years.
So you're telling me that the job that he has right now has always been a job?
Yes, and then at one point, Parks got added on to him. And then after, I think it's probably been, I don't know, the years kind of run together, maybe 3 to 5 years. And now that responsibility is taken back off of him, and he got a pay cut at that time. And he still has that job.
My
Well, I
understanding.
was gonna say, the only thing that will satisfy that what someone deserves to have is that so whatever needs to be done, he needs to have a $25. He shouldn't have had to cut his pay to give to his employees to get that. Like, that is not even, so if anything, maybe the forethought of that could have been where, okay.
I don't think it was taking him to 25, Patrick.
Well, it was, it was at 18, and it was 4.5 or 5, almost. I think he's still making $3 more than what he was making before, but he would have been making 8 or 9. So I mean that could potentially put him in another tax bracket, which can, another whatever $5,000 or $6,000 or $7,000 makes a difference in a year. I mean, and then on top of that, even with being a supervisor, I mean, he gets a truck and he gets all these other things that makes him that much more, gives him that much more, makes it better for someone being a supervisor, because they actually have everything their old supervisor had, on top of that. So, I mean, that all goes back down to the performance, base raises on top of, if he's working, if it was me, I'm just being honest, if it was me, and I know, you kind of know what your boss was making, and then you're not making anywhere close to that, and you're doing the same thing or even more than what you're doing before, I would be kind of looking somewhere else, because I'm not.
Yes and no, years of service does play.
Right, it
into
does,
that.
it plays in that. I guess is there any way that Mr. Rucker can get $24 to $25 an hour?
Once again, I would urge the council to stay with the study.
Well,
Because, I mean, what I'm getting at here is, think of all the other ones.
Well, I think, being honest, I think every time we did a study, I've been opposed to whatever it is, because the fact that it's never, we get
I
a low, a
understand that,
middle, and a high.
The
and we
wage
still don't
study
go
was
to
done
high.
before I took office,
Right.
but the council chose to adopt it.
I think I had voted no, and I'm pretty sure I did.
Yeah, me too.
But once again, I completely get that.
Okay, but when
But-
you take another position and you add a position on, who gets that wage and study when they add $3 or $4 in to they hourly?
Do what?
We just promoted somebody in a different position, and we added $3 or $4 to their salary an hour.
Oh,
So
I
how was
can-
that
You
determined?
talking about EMS?
No.
I would be happy to elaborate on that, on the EMS, how that arrived at that rate. That was his normal rate of pay as a paramedic with his scheduled overtime. That amount, and just converted to salary, that's where that rate came from.
Okay, I mean, it makes sense.
Because he wouldn't want to take a pay cut to go up.
I can't read your lips.
Maybe it's the candy in my mouth.
No, and that's the thing, that's where I'm at with this right here, because I mean, whenever it's done the first time, or whenever that was implemented, I had an issue with it for the fact that, just the way it was done, and I voiced it, and now, and I was told even there, we'll look at it and reevaluate it whenever we get closer to the budget than we are at the budget, so I feel like that's something that needs to be done, even if you don't want it, it's still, I mean, the rate study, so what does the rate study say that he should be getting paid right now?
I don't know off the top of my head. There's scales for everybody. It's on my computer. I do know that we did increase that scale because we felt like that, Gary does a good job and he has
Right.
extra responsibilities. He does more than just parks. He does what's asked of him.
And I guess
And that's what we've done by adding the 10%. We did what we could do for him, just what we could do for somebody else who wasn't on that
Or
scale.
maybe you need to be park supervisor maintenance, because every time you turn around, everybody's wanting him to do something.
So I was gonna say, with that being said, I mean, you raised you raised the rate without using the rate study because of his performance, or.
And there wasn't an actual rate just for that, because when the study was done, there wasn't a special projects in with it. It was a unique position that other towns couldn't really compare apples to apples.
Right.
So, in the scheme of things, if you went on with the rate study, and I wouldn't suggest keeping this for a fourth year because data does get old.
Right.
But if that was the case, then next year he'd be looking at another 10%.
So with that being said, there was two jobs basically essentially in that one, is that what you're saying?
Correct.
So, but what made you come to the conclusion of taking X amount of dollars from that? What made you separate? What I'm getting at, there's supervisor or maintenance and then the park supervisor, right? So obviously they're both grouped together. There's a pay there that you took away from the park supervisor for the maintenance and put over to the other position, right? So you took something.
Where are you getting maintenance from?
Well, you said it was two jobs, and what from what Mr. Peter said before, right?
Special
He
projects.
started
That's what
back
I'm saying. I'm proud of that. Yeah.
as special projects. Somewhere down the line, he took on parks.
Right.
He did not get the amount of raise that was taken away from him when he got reduced down to just that. I can tell you that.
Okay.
For sure. That he got more of a pay cut than he did when he took on the position of parks.
Right.
So to take just personally, to give him a pay cut again after the fact would be very
Well, then.
unkind.
Well, and I get what you're saying, but there, I don't have I haven't been told the rhyme or reason why the X amount was, why was it only $7 given to, because you just said that the data wasn't there to utilize, so where did, we're just throwing numbers out if we're not using that sometimes, and sometimes we are.
When that happened, I was not in the conversation. I didn't know about that until it was on the agenda and I was here, okay? I was not in that conversation. But from what I've been told, it was going to all go to Gary, but he decided to give part of that raise to the other parks employees. So technically, he could have been making more, but chose otherwise.
How do we get him back to where he's supposed to be at?
10% at a time, I guess. I mean, that's what the council has given me.
Well, that's gonna, 10% at a time is gonna take him 20 years to get back to where he was at.
Just like some other people have got that 10%, this is like the third year in a row, because they're still not there as well.
I've seen people that got hired here and back in the past, they just throw like 5,000, oh, they've been here doing a good job, so we'll give them a $5,000 raise.
I don't know, I
Not
don't,
since I've been mayor.
I was gonna say, I don't feel comfortable.
Nope, it was
The
other
thing is,
mayor.
he shouldn't have
Yeah.
never
But
taken,
we're talking about,
he should have never.
Should never
have
happen.
been able to allow that to happen for him to have to take a pay cut. Because he took a pay cut before he
Who,
got it.
Gary?
Yes, Gary, yes.
He didn't take a cut, he got an increase.
He got an increase, but then he gave some of it away to his employees, which that should never happen.
And if you are on a scale, when your supervisor is not the same thing as on down the line, X amount of years. Like I said, that's how you've given me to go off of, and that's what I've done. I've done the job you've told me to do.
Right.
You want to change that up? Change the operation. But here, late in the game, I think if you did that for him, it would be discriminatory against the other people who's not there
'Cause
either.
there's only one park supervisor, so you can't make, if there's two park supervisors, then so you can say, well,
Parking assistant.
yeah, then you can say, well, here's two jobs that are the same, so then we can't give this person that and this person that. That could potentially be that, but again, what comes into play is their time in that position. So which it couldn't be discriminatory for the fact that if they were all the same 10 years and they all, and we made him higher than that, then that's the difference. That could be discriminatory, maybe, but still, all these other things, there's other factors into that, so I don't,
Especially when it was already coming out of that department.
it's already coming there, it was already there, so, So that's, to me, it doesn't hold any weight to be discriminatory whenever the fact there's not two jobs that are the same, that you can actually factor that in, that is the case.
It is. If you have another department with another employee who should be at a 20-year pay rate, but you're only giving them it is two different jobs, but it's the same theory. You only give them
If that's the case, then that means that every supervisor from every job will be the same, and it's not. You have different titles, so you can't say that because there's 20 different supervisors, there's 20 different pay rates, so that can't be the same. You can't, unless they're the same job. That's what so you can't say that they're discriminatory, you can't say that they're all the same because they're not the same. Otherwise, we would have supervisors and the same pay rate. No, and then the people that are underneath and people that are above. So that's what I'm getting at. So
I can say it's discriminatory, because if you're giving more than 10% to this person, but not this person who's not at what they're supposed to be making on this wage scale, and I'm not saying I agree with the wage scale 100%,
Right.
but I am saying this is a set of rules that you guys gave me. If you want to do something else, that's your decision as a council, but I mean, as far as I'm concerned, feel like you're going to get blowback from other employees who's not at the rate they're supposed to be at.
But he's not
On
the
the
rate
man
he's
who
supposed to
donated his raise to other people.
be. Huh?
On the man that donated his raise to other people.
Right.
Has anybody seen the job description for the Parks Department?
Well, you're really not park supervisory,
Well,
special projects.
we're talking about budget, please, let's stay on
So
budget.
how do we get to, like I said, I mean, I don't, just being honest, that doesn't hold, to me, it doesn't hold any weight as far as discriminatory at all, because the fact that we have a rate study, and the thing is.
Yes, we do.
But if we're, let's just say that the rate study that you have is still higher than, we're not even at the middle of that rate study, as far as what someone's supposed to be, being,
Because he's a year one supervisor. Does not get paid the same as a 20-year supervisor. Would you agree with that?
well.
Well, supervisors don't do anything.
Well, in a sense, yes, I do, but again, he's a supervisor, and he's been there for 10 years or 9 years. So that should make.
But he hasn't had supervisory duties until, as far as I know, until he took over as supervisor.
But with that being said, so what makes Mr. Peters, what is he right now? What is his title?
Special projects.
Special Projects
What
Director.
makes
With
him
special
to
projects.
have whatever he's getting paid for whatever, I mean, what makes you say that he should, because he's 20 years, he's year one, and that.
There is no scale. There's no scale for that position, so the only thing he has is the 3% cost of living raise.
He's absolutely not year one. He's
My
been
understanding is the last time he was hired, I don't know how many years.
2007.
Okay. In 2007, he was hired for Special Projects Coordinator.
Okay.
Then, I'm just
Right.
saying, 5 years down the road, Parks got added to him. Then 6 more years down the road, Parks got taken away. I'm just throwing
Right,
years
yeah,
out there, that's
understand.
not right
Right.
math, but that's what we're looking at right here. He was hired for that position,
Copy.
and it got added to his plate, the park did. So it's not
Right.
a
It's
a
not
new position.
No.
Okay.
And he hadn't been doing it for just 1 year.
But, well, yeah, and I guess I was looking at, so it's not a new position. I guess what I'm still getting at is that, he needs to be back where he was before he took the cut, before he gave his money.
He didn't get a
Well, I mean,
pay
it's
cut.
before he gave away his money that he should be earning.
And
for-
the employee would
at-
probably need to add that,
Huh?
that they can't give their raise to other folks, because you can't give away your vacation time in the new one.
Right.
I commend him for doing so, but it has put us in a pickle.
And it's wonderful, but we need to make that in the book,
Right.
otherwise it'll happen again.
I don't agree with that. I
So, but
I don't think that needs, if a supervisor wants to give his employees a raise from his own raise, I think he has every right to do that.
On his first day, he wasn't really, I mean, he's just getting hired into the position.
Okay?
So I don't know. Where can we get him back to where he should be?
That's,
I think we have to stay with the 10%.
That's, I would.
I'm really worried about the outcome if we choose one employee to give them a 30% raise, let's just say, and then the highest below that is a 10%. I'm
But it's not even a
worried
raise, we're
about the
just giving-
blowback we're gonna face.
But it's not giving, we're not giving him a raise, we're giving him what he's due by his, that's,
By what?
by his job and position.
Well, according to the scales and jobs and position, there's people being underpaid still.
But again, there are different categories, so you can't put everyone in the same category.
I mean,
I don't see why, I mean.
it's almost overwhelming, but you get a salary, and then you give part of it away, but then you can't expect your employer to put you back up to where you was before you gave it
Well,
away.
it shouldn't even been an option.
Well, I'm not putting a bad light on it, very commendable, but still yet, but then you can't, as a private business owner, if I've got 2 employees, and one of them says, hey, Billy needs some help, so he starts giving him his money, well, then, later on, they come up and say, well, you need to bump me back up, because I'm giving part of my money. I'm like, you know, it don't work that way.
I know, I get
I mean,
that.
I understand I understand.
Right.
But
I think we all understand what you're saying. It's, I don't know how we be fair to all of our employees by
Well,
doing that.
Through a policy.
It's not, and to me, it's not even being about fair, that, like, he's not a regular employee, he's a supervisor. So anyone else, like, and we can probably look through here, and I'm pretty sure that he probably still gonna be the lowest paid supervisor that we have in there.
But
For
once
being a year
again,
one. I think actually it might be on a year 2 on this.
But I mean, but.
We have a lot of seasoned
That's
supervisors.
even if we bump him up to where we're talking about, he's probably still gonna be the lowest paid supervisor that we have in here. So who else, I mean.
Well, I don't know
other-
about that.
Other
we
than.
ain't got
different
no-
departments
we just
make
hired.
different amounts of money.
Exactly, so
Yeah.
then how is
One
that,
making
so
more than
then,
him.
that's what I'm getting at, so you say that.
But they're on that scale. I mean,
He's on that scale too, but.
well, but what can I say? I don't even know what's, without insulting some profession. You take an electrician that's going to make more money, usually. I don't know about the plumbers,
Yeah.
I know, they make pretty good money. But, you know what I mean, then
Right.
somebody, I don't know, but there's pay scales for different
Well,
jobs.
but
and
then,
that's-
then why, and I understand exactly what you're saying, but then why is there a comment of discriminatory if there are different scales? That right there negates that part of it, because now you're saying that it does.
Because you
because you're
overpaid them
going-
on one
going
scale
off
and
the
underpaid
scale.
on another. You're overpay, if you raise it up to 25, then you're overpaying the scale. And then if you're not giving that other person who hasn't got there yet, you're underpaying them.
But the scale that we're utilizing, or what was approved, wasn't even the highest of the scale, like, basically, it should have been $35. We're not paying $35 because we can't afford to do that, right? But we're giving 30 just because that's a middle ground and we're gonna go that, but so we haven't even, the scale that was given to us, we haven't even maxed out what that is. We only went to whatever we thought that's comfortable that we can provide or give our employees. So, again, we're not even touching what they should be getting. We're only doing what we can do.
Like I said, we've went over this in circles several times.
Right.
I was given guidance by the council off of the rate study, did what we said to do. We set the cap at 10%. This is the 3rd year in a row. I'm not saying that Gary doesn't deserve it. He does an amazing job. I know he does deserve it, but we have skills and guidelines that we've put into place. If we don't like those guidelines, I would suggest as a council,
We can change.
get with HR, the mayor, and come up with your method for next year, but not this late in the game. I mean, you still have every right to change his rate, but I do think that it's not fair to other employees who haven't even gotten to the scale they're supposed to be on. There's not a whole lot of them, but there are a few that have not got to where they need to be. because they've been moving also at that 10% at a time.
I guess it all comes back down, I guess we have the authority to do that or not do it, so how come we just can't, I can make a motion to amend his pay to, the original, pay that he has, and we can vote on that? That's the only amendment I want.
I don't know what that rate is, but what is the original?
Mr. Rucker, what was the rate that you were, given initially whenever you, became supervisor?
I don't remember it either.
Can we just say that, that we can amend to
Well, you
the
started
stated?
giving everybody else.
Yeah, to the
How do you-
stated amount that
We
he
broke
was.
it up.
They broke it up. So I'm saying, can we say what that is, or say the stated amount that he received, initially upon being the park supervisor? That's the pay rate that he would get.
I think we actually have to have solid numbers, correct, Rhonda, because it'll adjust the fund balance down, and that those numbers will change as well as salaries, retirement,
Right.
payroll taxes,
Sure.
workman's comp.
So do we have the one from, I don't even know.
I'd like to take this off of where it says confidential information may be obtained by.
Well,
public
once
record only.
again, we're on the budget. We're not on that.
That's on the budget, and you put.
Exactly. We're talking about the funds in the budget.
Correct. And you put it 8 times on this one we handed out here, so we can't say it's confidential when we're giving it away.
The salaries do not go in the public copies.
But we've listed employee names on here in that department and explained where they changed, so it's there, essentially.
Can we get back on the numbers of the
Yes,
budget, please?
I know where I'm at. I know where I'm at with it. I don't know about obviously we have to vote on it, so.
You didn't give a number.
I don't, well, where's, I mean.
I don't have a number.
I would suggest maybe us going on through the rest of the city budget to see if there's any more changes.
Sure.
And then at the end, discuss if we're trying to make amendments.
Who can get that number for us while we're waiting?
Yes,
No one else can as well?
I have it all on my computer, the formulas.
Well, not even the form, I'm just talking about what he was paid.
The actual, maybe Lori.
Yes, is she?
Did she leave, Jessica?
Can someone go and see if she can get that number for us, whatever, he had,
Lori?
Lori, to see if she can get that number of what he had before he gave his, cut his pay up to other people? And we can move forward until
Okay.
you would like to.
All
Thank
right, anything else on Parks and Rec? Court, there was no changes last time or this time. Any questions on court?
On what?
Court?
It was next page.
Water Park, there were no changes since our last meeting. Any questions on Water Park?
Yes, we would like the number, basically the pay rate that Mr. Rucker had before he split it up to his employees.
Before he split, okay.
Yes,
I'll move.
thank you.
No changes on the airport? Any questions on the airport?
Have we looked into raising the prices on the?
Not yet.
Okay.
General government? When this was created, all of the bids that were in were less than 20,000, so that amount was reduced down.
So that's gonna be changed, right? Because, I mean, well,
We'll leave that amount in there because there could be possibly a single audit
yeah,
or filing fees that we may incur.
all right.
And then the fund balance came in about 65,000 less, because we have some other things in there you'll see on down the line. Was there any questions on general government? Development services, there were no changes since last meeting. Does anybody want to discuss development services?
Yes, I do. The part-time employee. Yeah, how much is that on the part-time
Yeah.
employee that we're moving to developmental services?
I gave you a quote last meeting. It should be in your
42, something like that.
your book. There was a correction amount made on it.
Do you have it, Patrick?
I don't.
Give me a minute.
And I apologize, I took my other copy out of my book, but if we need it, I can go get it out of my office.
Hold on.
And just to clarify, is Mr. Peters in developmental services as well, right?
No, sir, he's in general government.
General government? General, thank you, okay. All right, yeah, that's right.
I make a mean, whatever, take that out. Trying to find it. And also, where does the publications, where do they come out? Like Muskogee, Phoenix?
It's in general government.
Okay, so instead of all offices having Muskogee, Phoenix, it only should be the library.
I'm sorry, come again?
Library,
We don't,
newspaper.
we don't have a subscription any longer to that.
Oh, we don't?
No, we
'Cause I know
don't.
in here we do.
No, we
did?
don't
It's gone
anymore.
Okay.
We do not. The price went up astronomically when we
Yeah,
canceled it.
that's
The
what I
only
was saying.
place that I'm aware gets one is the library.
Good. Yeah, that price is too high.
Okay, yeah, so, yeah, I was gonna say just on this right here, I know that we were, developmental services, we had a part-time museum person, or we had two, right?
We have 2 part-times
So
currently.
now, we're going down to one there, and then, using the money for the other part-time, potentially for a secretary full-time?
No.
Or was it?
So you're looking at several things. Open records requests, permitting. This is gonna give Gordon more time to be out on the streets. There's a lot going into this.
The logistics money-wise is reducing the museum down to just 1 part-time employee. In that budget, we did have to add a few hours because they were straggling the days. So we did have to add some hours to make that budget whole and to cover the museum hours. But then the excess went towards that, and it's to a part-time position, not full, no benefits, except for, what part-timers get.
I had a question for Mr. Hicks. On the SWEDA director position, the fact that it comes out of the city and the insurance, is that a possibility, insurance fraud issue or no? Just
So,
wanna-
we
this is
directed
coming out of
comes
a
out of the
different.
city.
Yeah.
Oh, they run it through the city employee?
Would that be a legality issue at all or no?
If we don't do it that way, you're looking at different policies on insurance. It's gonna be harder to add insurance, retirement benefits.
I just want to make sure we do it the right legal way, related
They're paid through the city.
to run a different entity, like a different board.
Right.
They're hired for a job.
I just want to make sure. And the question, because I'm not sure. So I want to make sure.
Well, I don't know exactly how all that is paid and what its benefits are and all that sort of thing. The city could pay for an employee for the Economic Development Authority. If, so long as the money is accounted for properly. But I can't speak to this individual situation because I haven't looked at it. I don't look at every situation in the city unless it comes up, and I can't do it at council meetings.
That's what I wanted to ask and see what you thought legally on that work.
Well, I can't answer that question without looking at it more carefully. I mean, I don't assume that there's anything wrong with it. But again, before I could give any kind of opinion on that, I need to look at it more carefully.
Thank you.
Okay. And I'd be happy to do that, but I mean, I can't do it at a council meeting.
I just didn't know if you had already.
No,
since we
no,
created
I
that
never had it.
and moved it over.
In fact, I didn't know where they were paid from. I mean,
Okay.
So.
Back to that.
Yes, so you said that, so this part-time employee is, what'd you say,
Open record, it's not, it's gonna come out of development services, but it's gonna help with a lot of departments.
so, I'm trying to think, so who does the open records request right now?
Pretty much all of them that work
It
in the
depends on the
office.
request.
Yeah.
On the request and
I mean, if it's something that is through development services, the requests get filed with me for the most part, except for the police, theirs usually get filed with them. And I get the request, but I delegate it to a department if it is something that development services has the records, or, just depends on where the records are kept.
Right, and the reason why I was asking, because that makes a difference on that, for the fact that if you have someone that's actually going to be doing, and that's just one specific thing, open records request, they can't go to the police department still has to do theirs.
The police do theirs.
Well, I'm
They
just saying,
solely do
and then,
theirs,
like, Let's
yes.
say that accounting, well, they can't go to the accounting office and get anything from them because they don't know how to do the accounting stuff. They don't know how to get that information, they don't know what they're even looking for. So specifically, she still has to do accounting and give that information. Each individual department still has to do that job no matter what, because that one person that's part-time or full-time doesn't know that job at all, other than.
Well, there are some things that they could do,
Yeah, there'll
absolutely. They could
definitely
pull
be
purchase
some.
orders and make copies of records and things like that.
Redact
Those are
things,
filed.
all that.
Yeah, there's a lot of things they could do as far as the records are concerned, especially when we get ones that are for months and months and years of records that we take lots and lots of time away from our regular duties to do.
Any more questions on development services?
Police Department, there was one change. The Police Department received a generous donation from the Arvis Foundation for $5,000. That amount in here was listed as 0, and now it's been increased because that will carry over to next year's budget. Any other questions on Police Department? Okay, Fire Department. You'll see the storm sirens are in there. That was recently called emergency management. Chief Grooms had asked that that name be changed and possibly that we could add some more funds to that because $4,500 does not go very far towards the siren repairs if we should need one. Also, the forestry grant expense, that amount has been reduced down because some of the money had been spent between the last budget meeting and now. The fire department also got a generous Arvis grant of $5,000 that will be carried over to next year. And with cash on hand coming in higher, there was enough funds available to put in for the request that they had on the bay walls and flooring to be repaired and replaced.
Okay, is that where we at, the fire department?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
Is that where the uniforms are in there or not?
do what now?
Uniforms? Is that somewhere else?
Oh, it's right there. Uniform allowance.
Yeah.
It's the
Okay.
first one in the
Alright.
dark gray.
Okay, on the uniform allowance, okay, we giving each employee the six something, right, for uniforms?
$650.
Okay, now, if they don't use that $650, what become of it? It just rolls over,
No, it goes back into cash on hand.
cash on hand to the employees?
No, to use to allocate for the budget next year.
Okay, so the last time it was for something, what, if they had money left over, they go to the employees?
They were paid on it, on their paycheck. And they were also
taxed.
taxed on it as well.
Okay, but
This is
this time is not.
No,
correct. This is,
This will be through the city. Now, like we talked about before, what we're looking at, for instance, on the fire department, they can go into this website and Jimmy and Kelly can approve these shirts, these boots, these pants. And then those guys can pull it up and click on what they want.
So this amount, if they don't get like 2 uniforms a year, their amount just keep going and going and going, right?
no, it
No.
goes back
Go
to
back
to
jump.
the same amount every beginning of the fiscal
Or it
year.
just starts all over again?
Starts all over. It's
So-
not a carryover situation.
Okay, so what would you do with that money then? They
It,
don't-
it's just like,
Just
say we
goes-
have a
goes
supply
back
budget
into the
and we
budget.
don't spend it all, it goes back into cash on hand to help build next year's budget.
Okay,
And from what I understand, seeing the quotes that we got from the 2 chiefs and then the director, is that that amount of money wouldn't be that hard to spend.
okay.
And it can be on other things, not just like for instance, the police department, they could get other things like a gear belt or something like that.
Yeah,
It's
they
not
have-
just shirts and
I don't know if
pants.
you've ever seen, they have like leather radio holsters, things like that.
Okay.
Uh,
Well, the police is good because I know like some part-time, they were buying a uniform, wasn't they? Part-time employees, police,
Chief is nodding yes.
yeah, so
So
now
is,
they
so
don't
is
have to.
dispatch too, right? Or we gave them some T-shirts?
Yeah, we,
Now we've budgeted polos.
Okay.
for dispatch and part-time.
Okay.
And the
Anything
benefit
else?
comes up to $95 more than the other way when they were getting it on their check.
And what about shorts? Is that one of the criteria, they can wear shorts at the fire department?
I have no idea.
We allow them some at the fire department. We're looking at that right there.
Okay,
I know a lot of fire departments allow it. We like shorts if we have to put our gear on. I guarantee if you put that gear on for a while,
Yeah.
you prefer to have shorts on. If they wear shorts, we want them to wear a certain, certain one. They have to meet a certain criteria. Normally, we don't wear shorts. Now, a lot of them will wear it right around the station if they're doing stuff in the drive. They change out when they leave out. They either put their bunker gear on or they switch pants.
Anything else?
I'm gonna need to speak.
Okay.
Can I have the chair there? Thank you very much. I normally wouldn't speak on this, but since somebody made the statement earlier about the worms being dumped out on the table, I got a couple worms about the pay. Talking about the pay? Okay, that right there has been an issue. I know that, I tried a couple years ago, give one of my employees some of my raise, and it wasn't allowed. We had a different director here at that time, it wasn't allowed. I guess now, since he's gone, it might be allowed. That wasn't allowed. I really wouldn't want to tell that. I didn't want him to know that.
Right.
But since this is brought up in this form, I have no choice. I have a deputy chief that, starting in 2003, became assistant deputy chief in 2020, and that rate study has affected him on his pay because he didn't get to carry any of his time. Because what they talked about, how much time you spent in that position. So really, when they talk about, this could cause some animosity, it causes some already, the rate study does. And most people know, I'm not a big fan of it.
Right.
I'm not a big fan of it, but the council, I know you might have voted against it, but council of a whole approved it. And so once it's approved by the council, that's what it is, even if we're against it or not. But if they look at that, look at somebody for that. I want my deputy chief looked at too, because, Jimmy done above and beyond
Right.
from 2003 to when he got the deputy chief's job at 2020. And I've had some pretty good discussions when Dwayne was here. Me and Dwayne had some discussions about it, but Dwayne was a stickler. That was the rate study, and
Right.
that's what it said, So, but if the council's going to look at that, there's other one of us that we need to look at that, like I've told you before, as a whole,
Right.
altogether, because Jimmy went above and beyond
Right.
for me as chief from the time I hired him in 2003. In 2020, became deputy chief, and then the rate study came out. And it's hampered him down because he don't get to carry none of them years from
Right.
2003.
I would say another thing that goes with that
Yes.
is the performance-based raises.
Yes.
At that point in time, if we have that in there, that means he's gonna be getting exactly what he deserves, the 10%, 15%, or whatever it is, even higher, if that's every single year, because now it's performance-based. And if he's doing his job, so then that will go up even higher, and instead of, because again, right now, he's getting paid what everyone else is getting paid.
Yeah,
And he's done a better job than some other people, and he's still getting the same pay.
And I understand that. The problem with that is that council hasn't adopted anything like that yet.
Right.
So if we start making changes before the council as a whole has adopted it, that's where it becomes an issue, And I know that there's been some, it bothers me with him right there because I know,
Right.
that what he's done for the city, and so it's bothered me from the start, And for myself, I don't ask for a raise for myself. I've never come to the city and asked for more money.
What year was that, sir?
He started in 2003, and he became deputy chief in 2020.
Yeah.
And so it's up to supervisors and the council to decide who deserves a raise on what, But, yeah, if they're going to look at that, there's probably a few more that's going to have to be looked at too, and then that really could affect how the budget comes out.
Did that come before the council as well?
If they're going to look at other ones, huh?
I'm just asking here, did it come before, did it get brought up? before
Did what?
Did what get brought up?
When he was,
the-
When he
trying
promoted?
To move some of your pay over?
No, it was not.
Yeah.
It was just, it's like a deputy chief. I ended up getting a deputy chief in 2020. I'll be quick on this. I asked for one for probably 10 years before that. A lot of times it never made it to the council because it was taken out before, because we all have supervisors before it gets here. So a lot of times stuff don't make it to the council because the supervisors deemed it don't need to get there or we can't afford it. And that's the way the budget works. But I just think if we're going to look at that, you need to look at a lot of them, and then we really could come up to a problem. And I'm for the merit-based raises, but I think the council as a whole has to approve that before that's really an option. Any-
My issue is, we're on our last budget meeting. We probably should have brought this up on the very first one.
Well, I was gonna say that, I brought this up whenever the job was whenever he was hired. The day that we approved him being the supervisor, that's when I brought it up, which was, how long ago was that, Mr. Rucker? How long have you been the?
6 months, maybe.
6 months. And so, and again, when I brought it up then, I was told that we're gonna look into it and that things should go accordingly to what he should have been paid.
But
And I'm saying it's just, I wouldn't be
I
doing my
understand that.
job as a supervisor if
you
I did
didn't-
not
Yes. if you
point
didn't-
that out on my employees' behalf.
Right.
I'm just concerned.
Thank you.
If we
Thank you.
go off the wage study now, this late in the game, that we're gonna face
So I was gonna say,
significant blowback.
I was gonna say, but we're not going off the wage study. We're actually going to what it is. He just took some of his money and gave it away. But we can actually go back to where he should be, on that.
Then do you wanna take away from the people that he gave the raises to?
It's already, well, you guys are already allowed to happen, so I don't think we can take that away from him now. That's something that's already in the budget. It's already been placed in there. So I feel like that we can. What was the number that he was at before?
It would have been 315 more.
315 more.
It was split up between 3 employees.
Well, we were way off.
Well, I think it was $7 altogether, and I think he gave like 75 and $1 and something, so I think it was like $7 altogether. So if he's at 18 now, but he was, I can't add right now, but. So
21
three something, what was it, I'm sorry?
315.
315.
We ready for the street department?
Who put that before us to be looked at that way?
I'm sorry?
Who put that before us to be?
Are you talking about who put on the agenda to split the salaries? I think they were just entered in as an agenda item, wasn't it?
I don't even think.
I mean, it wasn't worded that
way. We didn't even, I don't think we even.
We voted on it in the
You
agenda.
voted on it.
We voted on to give, we did.
All of them.
That's
Yes,
right.
you did.
All of them.
Yeah,
You
to
did.
do that. And that basically, if we go back to that 315, that is actually a year one supervisor.
No, it's not.
So
Because that's way more than what a year one says on the scale.
then
Like
why?
I said, I'm not necessarily agree with all the scale stuff, but
So
if
then-
that's the guidelines I go by, it's more than the scale.
So that's where I'm confused at. I'm not confused, I'm just saying that, just to be saying it, but if you gave him let's say it's $24, and you basically just gave that away, they don't make any sense. So the rate scale didn't even matter, it wasn't even a factor.
No, it wasn't.
So
On
then
the-
why are we talking about the rate scale whenever year one or and we're not even using it? You understand what I'm saying? Like, you're saying we're using a rate scale and we're saying that he should not be at adding that 315 if it never even mattered anyway.
What happened is the council skewed away from the rate study when they decided to reallocate Peter's reduction in pay. That skewed the rate scales. So for him, a new scale had to be created, okay? And once again, the max amount getting him there was 10%.
The 10% is just something that was just a base increase. It had anything to do with the scale at all because you didn't use it.
It did. During budget time, not during when the council approved to reallocate the dollars. But now, yes. And that scale has been moved above and beyond what it said. Because we say that, okay, Gary wears more than one hat. He goes and does this, he does that, he does that. So that scale was moved up. And he's getting moved like 10%, just like everybody else was trying to get where they need to be on the scale.
So you're saying his pay right now is a year one supervisor?
I believe it's going to be a year two on this.
So that.
But it's still not where it needs to be yet. But it's moved up 10%.
Makes sense to me. I mean, it don't make any sense. It doesn't. The reason why I'm saying that, because like, then how could you give money away? Then you didn't, so basically you didn't even give the people that you gave the 50 cents, 75, and you didn't get it from, you didn't take it from him. You just gave them a raise outside of the 10% because.
Had Gary got this 315
Yeah.
on the scale, he might be right where he needs to be. I don't know that without going to look at the scale.
But you see what I'm saying? It's based off, the money that they were given was based off of the pay that he was supposed to get. And then, but now you're saying that the rate study or the rate scale wasn't a factor, and he's at where he's supposed to be at. So basically, he didn't really give.
No, I didn't say he's where he's supposed to be at.
Or
I
he's
said
close.
he's trying to get where he needs to be at the scale, theoretically 10% at a time, just like all the other employees who's trying to get there. I'm saying when the council voted, the scale was irrelevant. Nobody consulted any scales. What was done was chosen by whoever made the agenda item, okay? But when it comes to budget time, we're looking at these scales. That scale was increased because he wears more than one hat, and we're trying to get him at where he needs to be on that scale. Nothing was taken away, nothing was reduced. He's not where he needs to be on that line, but we're trying to get him there.
Okay, so I guess what I'm getting at then what was said about Mr. Gary giving that money away, he really didn't give it away.
No, he really did.
So how did he do that if he didn't?
Because the 315 meant for him got reallocated to other employees. And it skewed the scales of park maintenance. And I had to redo the scale because the council voted and changed the paradigm because no longer did I have an accurate scale. I had to increase the scale because it was no longer accurate.
How? Are you talking about for the employees?
Yes, yes, when you went back and gave these other employees, it made the scale all wrong. So it had to be redone because it wasn't accurate at all. Because you get what I'm saying? Because you gave them more than what the scale said.
Right.
They were getting paid accordingly to the scale.
Right.
But with that pay increase, it skewed things, especially for the people coming in. The scale had to be redone.
Right. So
So how would we know back when BMO left, how much money to give to the other person? Y'all made a dollar amount. What was the decision on that?
I believe that amount was, what, $2 maybe?
Something like that. I don't know.
Or 3, maybe it was 3.
I don't know.
I wasn't involved in that.
$315.
I don't think anybody in here disagrees with you. But I don't think this is the appropriate time. I think we need to address this for next year's budget.
I don't see why it's any different from now to next year's budget, because guess what, for him, it's gonna matter, because he's not getting that $315 now. for
Because
another year.
if we're gonna do this, we're gonna have to look at doing this fair and doing it for several employees. We can't, say we have 20 employees, including the one, that they're well below what they're supposed to be paid. You can't take one and give him a 30% raise and give 19 a 10% raise.
Well, I guess, and I get what you're saying on that, and I think really then it goes back, I guess I go back to the root of the issue, is allowing him to take his money and give it to someone
Well,
else.
it shouldn't have been allowed.
Should have been allowed.
Because
And so
now-
that's still an issue.
Like I said, it's put us
This
in the
council
spot.
voted on it.
You're saying he's below what he should have got. He
Right.
got it, but he gave it away.
He
So
should
that
be
puts
allowed.
us on, but that don't matter now.
Okay, well,
Yeah,
but we can
it's
still,
done.
we can still move forward and do, we can still right a wrong, still even right now. We already have worms on the table, right? So why not fix something?
Because you're looking at one worm here and other worms over here. You have to be fair to all your employees.
Can I say one more time, you cannot give him legally, I don't think you can give him a raise by increasing the budget.
What you mean
The
we're not?
budget allocates funds. It doesn't spend those funds. It will still take a motion, and, I mean, this council will still have to vote him that raise.
Okay. What do you
I
mean? No,
thought-
how is that whenever we're approving the budget right now? So how about we use this part-time job that we have right here and give him that $3 out of that? It's still, we can move funds right now. We can amend.
So you're
No,
you're
no,
gonna
but I
take
understand.
15 away from somebody else?
No, hold on,
Take it away from the
hold on,
three,
hold on,
take it
hold
away
on,
from the
hold on. Hold on. I think I understand what Ken's saying. Even if we're gonna give him a raise, it would have to be by a motion, just like we do pretty much.
How is-
I just-
Hold on, because it's not as a whole. See, right now, we're looking at doing that as a whole, the raises. But if you want to give one person a raise, it's just, I mean, we normally do that. When we take somebody off probation or whatever, we vote on those pay rates of change. See what I'm saying?
I get that, but it's not, why is there a motion for something that we're literally, we're adding jobs and we're adding titles, we're adding things with still the money that we still have to approve for each individual title, I mean, the salaries, I mean, we're taking one from here to there. I don't see why there's any difference of adding. Literally, with that being said, we just, what you just said earlier, you said that, the part-time job for the museum, you had to add more on there to make it right, because you took a job from there to differentiate the hours that someone needs to be there. So you basically changed the rate for.
I feel like we're getting off track.
Well,
The problem is, we've got fund balance. There are the funds, it's the principles that we're discussing. We have the funds. We don't have to take it away from something else. If it's just for that, it's in fund balance.
But you justified the increase of the part-time employee for that, to make sure you can move the other part-time position to another department, or same department, but you still gave them a higher rate you did,
No.
so you can give them more money to be there longer.
I'm
No,
sorry, I'm not
because
following you.
we've put the new position in the budget, we're voting to amend the budget, or to approve the new budget.
Right.
So I mean, it's a new position that's in this budget. If we don't touch it, then she stays at the library.
Right. But
I-
there's a change.
I have a question, though.
Sure.
For real, before we go further. My understanding, Mr. Hicks, was that when we have this budget and we have these salary sheets behind it with these new rates, that once that budget approves, that we're also approving those new rates as a whole. Is that correct or incorrect?
Then you and I have to disagree on that. I think what the budget does is allocate funds.
Okay, well then how do we all get raises?
Yeah.
Then you vote them.
So
So when we're approving the budget, are we not voting those in?
yes. We are. Like, that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing.
Because that's what we've done for years.
Yeah.
That was my understanding, that when we approve the budget, we're
And that-
approving
that's-
our new rates.
That's where the discrepancy is for me. It's like, we're doing that right now. And again, I think that we're going, some are going off of, well, if we do this, then we're going, and there's gonna be worms, but at the end of the day, we're still doing it right now. Everyone's getting a raise. Everyone's getting a raise every single year, no matter, and some deserve more, you're right. Some deserve more than others. So, I mean, we're actually approving what we,
Would it help if we had some opinions as far as around the table, maybe from other counselors, to see what direction
Like I
we're,
said, I'm only one
you know.
vote. I'm only one person that can amend. They can they can say no, and they can all vote the other way, opposite of whatever. And that's why, and I am, because guess what? If it doesn't go the way that I want, well, it's.
I'm happy to calculate whatever we need to calculate, but my suggestion would still be just for next year to choose a method that works for everybody and the new council as it stands.
I think that's what we should do is, and let's start on it fairly soon. But I'm actually worried that you're going to lose employees if you give, once again, one employee a 30% raise, and then an employee that's been here for 17 years, less than a 10% raise. It's, no one disagrees with you. We all agree with you on this person, but we also have to be fair.
Well, and I guess that's why we need to change a lot of make it performance-based, where if
Well,
you.
that's something we can address
Well, I mean,
But
next year.
we're,
We're in the middle of it.
well, you can do whatever you want to do. I know the way I'm going to vote on it, so.
Okay. I guess maybe for now, move on then. Okay, street department. I guess it was late last week. Thomas had come to me and Counselor Butler. There was some basically drainage issues, and they had asked that we put some additional supply money in there. We're actually replacing like storm drains for customers and things like that. So that is why that's in there.
one big reason with that is we're fixing to redo Bollinger Edition. I think we all agree if we're going to redo it, let's redo it right.
And And last meeting, Shane had brought up about the uniform expense, if that needed to go up with that part-time moving to full, and that answer is yes. So you'll see that's been increased as well. Also, the mayor wanted to move the pumping and flood control from the fire department to the street department.
And that's that new pump thing or whatnot? Or-
Yeah, that's what it'll be.
So it can be used, there. Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
Any other
It's-
questions
and-
on
and-
street?
And we've got I don't understand it, but it is very hard. You can't get on your phone and find a price for those, how much they're hard to find, and I don't understand.
And what, was it like a 6-inch or
No, it was a 16, wasn't it?
16-inch?
16 inch. We did get-
16 inch,
We get some estimates on those.
but I mean, I called plenty of farmers I knew, because it's an irrigation
Right,
pump.
right. Oh.
And you don't, I thought, well, they'll have some in Louisiana on Marketplace. No. But we feel pretty dang good about that. I mean, we were looking, I don't know, what was it, about probably $10,000 in hose?
Yeah, or not a little more, and I did get a price on it. I got an estimate on electrical. It's 3-phase, so it's really not something that's probably suitable for us, and it was like 45,000 just for the pump.
So if we use the PTO-driven tractor pump,
Right.
and man, I'm telling you, it was a game changer. So, any more questions on that?
Okay, human resources. You'll notice two changes in this department. There was a reduction in supplies by $600 and an addition of a telephone with $600. Basically, HR gets a lot of personal calls on her phone, an extreme amount. So the parks phone that he was doing the
was using.
scheduling went to Lori, and this is how it's been budgeted. Any questions on that? Comments? Okay, on the library, there was two changes since the last meeting. The Children's Program Coordinator has given me the actual amount that's not being used this budget to be carried over and added to the $15,000 starting point. So that is included there. And then also, you'll see down in capital outlay, internal connections equipment grant. That is an 80-20 match. And there's a couple of hundred that is not matched. That's not acceptable on the grant. So our total is $3,400, and that gives us a little over $15,000 in equipment benefit. And if anybody would like to see the equipment, I've got a quote out here. Any questions on the library? On cemetery, there were no changes since the last meeting. Any discussion? Community building, no changes. No changes on the museum. And no changes on Civic Center, if anybody would like to discuss any of those last four.
Who's all of our telephones through? Does it depend on which department or?
It's, what, Windstream? Was it Windstream? Well,
I didn't.
our cell phones are through the AT&T.
Well, the cell phones are through AT&T or FirstNet, actually. They're all
FirstNet.
through FirstNet.
You know what FirstNet is? Have you ever heard of it?
Yeah.
And so we do our cell phones through FirstNet, which is AT&T. And Windstream is the actual phone carrier and
Landline.
landlines and also internet provider on a lot of them. And then we do pay VIP for a voice over internet product at City Hall and our location in PD and Police Department.
Do we have Windstream at the, out at the wastewater and water plant too?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
so it's everywhere.
Yeah, all of the phones are through Windstream, basically. And most of the internet, or if not all.
Any further discussion? I'll be honest, it takes 5 counselors to approve this budget.
We're not there.
I know, but if we can't get to that, then we need to look at tabling, or we need to hash this out the best that we can right now. So any more discussions on the city? Okay. Moving on. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
I was supposed to say, you
We
did
got 2 more
capital
budgets.
projects.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Capital projects, there were no changes. And then on economic development, cash on hand increased since last meeting. And then that made fund balance increase slightly.
Once more, any discussion? Moving on.
Item number 7, discussion and planning of Wagoner EMS budget for fiscal year 2025, 2026.
Okay, is everybody there? So after cash on hand was calculated and all the runs were in, cash on hand actually increased about 36,000. And there was something that we needed to budget for that we didn't have a line item for previously. We do have a CD in reserves now, so we are getting interest off of that. So that line item has been entered.
What's the percentage on the CDs, do you know?
Not offhand, I mean, I can get that information for you, though.
I think you asked that same question last year.
Yeah, probably so.
That would be a good question as well for our treasurer. She handles that as well.
I think she got it for you. I think she got it for you last year. I remember this.
Yeah, I think so. Because I was looking at maybe doing some more with the annuities and some outside of that, you know, to actually make it more of a, or actually, obviously, safe, but yeah, that's what I was thinking, because I mean, CDs, I mean, you gotta leave them there for X amount of years anyway, so you're only gonna get that much, but anyway, that's what I was, hey, it's not my money.
So, since last
is.
meeting,
It kinda is.
there was another 4 employees that are actually going to change job class, going from basics to an advanced EMT. So you'll see several changes up in personnel services with salaries, overtime, payroll taxes, workman's comp, and retirement fund. And then you also received an updated salary sheet with those changes. Also, last budget meeting, there was a concern on the school and training, about possibly wanting that raised, so that was increased by another 2,500, which would be doubled from this year that we're currently running on to 10,000. With those changes and the increased cash on hand, our fund balance ended up at 28,000 and change, and that was an increase from last budget for about $9,000. Excuse me, last budget meeting, actually. Did anybody have questions on the EMS budget or for Jim?
Once again, like I stated, it takes 5. This will shut the city down.
I think we need to table it until the 23rd and have that next meeting.
What do we need to work on? Yeah,
I don't know, I
well, hold on, let's make sure.
need to ask.
But I mean, we're not voted on that yet.
I'm good with it.
You want to go ahead and read? Yeah.
Sorry. Item number 8, consider approval of amendments to the 2025-2006 City of Wagoner budget or take other action.
Let's talk here. What do we want to do?
I mean, is the whole issue the salary thing? Is that,
More than one vote.
I know that.
I've already stated whatever I stated already. You already know where I stand.
But let's talk. I mean,
We can address it at next month's meeting, or?
no. No. No.
I'm not talking about the budget. No, hell no, I'm talking about salary.
Yeah.
No, we
Excuse me, I
can't,
should
we
have been more
can't,
clear.
we can do that.
Yeah, no.
I can do the calculation, and he could make a motion to amend, and then they could take a vote on it. And if it doesn't pass, then it would be as it stands, correct? Like, if the amendment fails, then it would be the budget as presented.
I don't know what the objection is.
Oh, my
I'm just,
But I don't know.
Jesus Christ.
I'm concerned on that, Patrick, just because of the blowback from, you know, I mean, you're talking about, I mean, we have one fireman that's been with the city for over 40 years.
You know, every city employee, please spread this to everybody in the city. They deserve all they can get.
No, I don't
That's a true
disagree with you.
statement. Let me talk. Come to Wagoner County where I work. You don't know what a raise is, y'all. You don't get a Christmas bonus. You don't get nothing. Nothing. I've been there 20 years and a month. You tough it out. These people, they work hard for us. They deserve everything they get. And we're sitting up here arguing over all this, or not arguing, talking, discussing, but here's where it's gonna shoot me in the foot with these people. But at what point in life did the city of Wagoner, it become expected we're given a raise every year for everything? I mean, some years you just don't get it. And I want to tell you, welcome to my world, getting paid once a month at Wagoner County. Now, I elected to go there. That's a true statement. But
I don't know how long we've done cost of living raises. I know, that's something I've been very proud of, that my last two budgets, we've been able to give employees cost of living raises. And I don't take it as you do not want to give them though, but I understand what you're saying too. And we're just fortunate enough that we've had a good budget to be able to do it.
But I'm talking out of turn probably here, Mayor, but there's one or two in here that I want to vote no on so bad it's killing me. I'll just be up front. Please record it. I want to vote no on their raise.
Yep.
But it's hard for me to sit here and vote no again. Every one of these people in here work their tail off for the city of Wayne.
Oh,
And
I don't disagree
I'm not
with
just talking
you.
about these people, I'm talking about, it goes all of them. Every one of them, they bust tail for us, but I know we have some weak links. But you sit up there and say, it takes five, council, and I'm sitting here thinking, man, I want to vote no on this bad. And then I turn and look at these people out here that really put their heart into the city of Wagoner, and they're sitting down here now, 9:30 at night, listening to us beat around the board.
Have to be at work at 7 o'clock in the morning too.
You know, I don't know. There's a couple in there, and I mean, I don't agree with it, but if I sit here and vote no, I'm punishing a bunch of employees because I don't agree with a couple of these 10% raises. I don't know. I feel like it's being shoved on us a little bit. Now, it takes five, council. I don't know how to, I'm sitting here in limbo. I haven't spoke all night long because I'm at all. I don't know. I'm wanting to vote no.
Well, it's up-
That's
I mean-
unreal.
I'm not trying to shove, I'm just trying to urge with caution.
I understand that. I understand it totally.
But as far as the 10% goes,
No, sweet enough.
as far as the 10% goes, this is something we can negotiate or what do you call it?
Amend?
No, by your performance raises.
Right.
That's something we can address this next
And
year.
it's something we probably ought to look into.
Well, that's what I said.
I
have no problem
I don't
taking that.
disagree with that.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm honest with him. I see two in here, three. I don't agree at all at the raise, no 10%, because it ain't earned. I mean, much as we have been through and write-ups and everything, it should have been write-ups, but I don't agree with it.
And I guess on top of that, I mean, it's like we're kicking the can back down the road even further. You know,
It just
that's,
should have been a line item, salary by
on top
itself to go over. I mean, that's what it always should have been, because it's embarrassing.
But
Can't
once
repeat
again, it hasn't.
It needs
this-
to be,
the-
because I know Muskogee does. I watched it last
I
night.
get that, but we've waited too far along down the road to get into this.
Oh, just need to start calling names out then.
This should have happened, we should have looked into this probably 6 months ago. In all honesty,
It's definitely something we need to look at.
I don't disagree with you one bit. I don't disagree at all.
If I may weigh in just a little bit over here from the corner, I've been here longer than anyone that's working here, except maybe Mr. Peters and some of that. He was an elected official. There've been a lot of times and a lot of lean years where we didn't get a pay raise, lots of times. We've been fortunate enough, as the mayor says, to be able to do that, and a lot of that was due to trying to conserve and, you know, be that. But we have, and I'm not taking away anything from Mr. Rucker, he does an excellent job, and he deserves every penny he gets and then some. But we have another, just as, for instance, a supervisor sitting in this room that's been 31 years with this city, been a supervisor for 6 years, and his salary is absolutely based on a 6-year supervisor, not a 31-year employee. So we have to take those things into consideration when we look at throwing out pay raises. And like I said, Mr. Rucker deserves everything he gets and then some. I see how hard he works. Never ask him to help with anything he didn't help
And I
with.
think that
Please don't think I'm
supervisor's
taking that
guys-
away from him.
That supervisor's guys are stretched so thin, they can't do their own job.
Absolutely.
Because we're using and abusing them.
The supervisors are
Yeah.
working most of them as hard as the guy that's
It's
in the
definitely
ditch or on the
something
piece
that
of. So we
No, I
do need to
agree.
look at this probably differently.
Yeah, because I mean, we
Yeah,
can call
Jim.
Rucker at 12 o'clock midnight and do what we need to do.
Well,
whereas-
you've got more than one employee you could call at 12 o'clock or midnight or 1 o'clock in the morning and get them to do stuff,
Well, not all of them.
you know, well, most of them.
I'll say one thing, as a supervisor, I've been a supervisor for 7 years. I didn't get supervisor pay for the first 3 years I was supervisor. I was put in that position, and they made me sit there and to find out if I was gonna be a good supervisor. I had employees that worked underneath me that made more money than I did. I didn't. You know, until they considered, you know, hey, yeah, I think you're gonna make a good supervisor. I was there for 3 years. You know, so I'm not taking anything away from anybody. I think I want everybody to make as much money as they can, but I'm just, you know, did want to say that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and unfortunately, and not to, with no disrespect, you didn't have a good upper person that made you sit in that position for 3 years and not get paid for the job you should have been paid for.
You know, like I said, I'm just gonna say that, and I wanted to. Thank you.
Further discussion? You all want to move on with the vote, or do we want to table it? Entertain a motion.
If you want to make amendments, this is the point where you would state what those amendments are.
Okay. I'll make a motion to amend that pay that basically that was stated at $3.15 for park supervisor for Gary Rucker, and everything else can be moved as accordingly.
Not everything.
I don't know unless you have anything else.
Can we take the name out?
To the, just
Park supervisor.
park supervisor.
Yeah, I
15 for
mean,
park
park
supervisor.
supervisor's fine, but take the.
Yes.
Yeah.
I make a motion to amend the park supervisor job
Oh.
and add the $3.15 to that department and job description.
Okay, I hate to get technical, but
Sure.
we're gonna have to. Just a second. And then I would recommend maybe a small break, so I can go get that calculation. So on the sheet, you have his base rate on, Mr. Sampson?
Ma'am?
On the sheet, you have the base rate, then you have the COLA adjustment,
Right.
then you have the rate study amount, and then you have his adjusted pay rate. Now, are you wanting the base pay
Yes.
plus 315 and as a total amount?
Yes.
Okay. So base pay plus 315 is the amount you would like me to calculate.
Yes. Because again, when we talk about COLA, that's standard. That has anything to do with your, so yes, that would be his base rate, 315.
Okay. Which would be above and beyond the COLA raise, okay.
Right.
So it shouldn't take a whole long amount. I've got things on formula, but it would come back with the different personnel amounts as well as the fund balance that would have to be adjusted if that amendment was approved.
So
Okay.
we're gonna look at getting rid of this rate study thing
For the budget balance.
next budget and go off performance-based
Merit.
on the next or merit-based next budget? Is that,
I mean, we need to.
I mean, I agree. I mean,
That's where that
Probably needs to be
that is more of an incentive to people that are working hard, and actually if you're not working hard to get 1%, if you're working hard to get 9%, if we even stayed with 10%,
there's a rate for there. And then another thing is, when we do the merit base, we can actually implement where those breaks are. Like, if you do all these things right, then you're gonna get the highest, or you're gonna be very close to that. If you don't, here's where you're gonna be at, here's where you're gonna be at, and here's where you're gonna be at.
Good with giving someone $3.15 an hour raise and not, not some of these other people too. I mean, it's,
I mean, we don't have to do it. I mean, it's literally, like I said, I'm only one person, so everyone else can do. It's not up to me.
I have a motion on the floor.
She's got to get us the rest of the number.
Yeah.
It's not just, sorry. It's not just going to amend the salary, it's going to amend all the benefits, so we have to have those numbers to vote on the amendment.
Why we went up on the CDL, $1.50? We went up $1.50 on CDL. I think CDLs only should be on people that need it, not every department. Like I'm a line supervisor, he don't need a CDL license.
Yes, you do, drive that big truck.
The big one you
Right,
get
Shane?
now, because the
Isn't
one
that
Buck
right?
said.
Air brakes, yeah.
Oh, yeah, anything later.
All right, because I was, what, Thomas?
You can pull a trailer with so much weight on it.
Yeah, that's true. They changed the law a few years ago, because even some people that go to rodeos, they have to have a CDL.
Yeah, all,
Well, I didn't
Probably
know,
if you
'cause I
pull a
remember
trailer with
hearing-
an excavator on
And the
it, you
link-
probably have to require it.
The weight and the link too,
It's
and
whatever your vehicle is rated for and what your trailer is rated for. You don't even have to be pulling weight. It's what those two things are rated for. And if they're rated over 50 gallons, you have to have.
yeah, I know that's a big problem, because only thing that you
Well,
don't
I
have
didn't
to
know.
have
I
a
just heard
CDL
that-
is a Winnebago,
me.
and that's
Yeah,
weighs the
no,
most.
you're
and it's
right.
link.
You're
That's
right.
the only thing that you don't have to have a CDL, which everyone else does.
An RV.
The RV, that's what I'm saying,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, no, it's,
Which is
that's
crazy.
no
Because I just
joke. I
heard
mean,
that
that's
last
real.
week. They say, oh,
Because, I mean, there's people that are hauling horses or cattle to sell or going to a rodeo that what they're
RV,
hauling is
yeah.
smaller than an RV.
Yeah, RV with the towing a car on the back of it. And a boat, right,
Yeah.
A banana boat.
and a boat.
Oh, okay.
Nope, you don't. Just another way the government can,
And a lot of those trucks I've been looking at that, and I don't know if anybody's noticed on the council, but Norman Adams actually has one. I just noticed it the other day. Right out there off 69, he's got it parked. It's a bucket truck. It has the bed that the chipper sprays into. Now, there is some of those that I've looked at that do require CDL, and some are under CDL.
Oh, okay. I just remember last, meeting, he said, didn't need any CDL. I thought, okay. Now, what if, like, these people that we don't want? How do you do that? You just say names or what?
Well, I don't know,
How about that? That's why you should do closed session.
but it's a
I
budget.
mean, I'm serious.
meeting.
I don't want to, I'm gonna say no, because I don't want them.
Well, I'm afraid of a lawsuit.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't.
I would, I tell you what, while Lori's doing this and I need to use the restroom, let's take a 5-minute recess.
Good idea.
I think there's some snacks in there too.
Yeah, 'cause I got to use the restroom myself.
Hey, Gayla, I would talk to Ken on that.
Really?
Yeah.
Don't be texting me during the meeting, please. I'd appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Loud branch.
you're all hydrated.
now I'm paying for it.
Oh, I just want to know who it was. Yeah.
But, yeah, amen. he said it's a public meeting and that's not public, they texted me.
No, I'm sure, but
Well, I know you would, but what I'm
Neither,
saying.
but neither is Tom.
Yeah.
well, I mean, wrong, I just want to check something.
Yeah. I don't know, I mean, I have to read all the way through it. But, I mean, there's so many
Yeah, oh, I
nuances
know.
and that kind
Yeah.
of stuff. But the problem is if you don't take it,
Oh, I never had.
clear cut case, you're texting cheat.
Right.
Oh, yeah,
And
yeah.
you discuss
Oh,
that.
absolutely, yeah.
That's a clear case.
Well, it's like.
So
the
now
Tulsa-
where we're gonna start drawing
Like
these
the
lines.
Tulsa School Board, like the Tulsa School Board, wasn't it the Tulsa School Board that they texted?
They were texting each other? Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, one of them texted me, three of the other ones, and said, not voting on something, or, yeah, or just commenting on it. I'm like, oh, no.
Yeah, no. But see, the problem is, when you start,
Nobody
then,
knows.
where are we supposed to draw these lines? That's what I said, there's so many nuances.
And who knows?
I gotta
who's-
play around
and
with
who
that
knows
and
who's
try to figure
texting-
out.
And who knows who's texting who? You
Yeah,
know?
we're exactly right.
Well, see, I just don't want to people think that I'm accepting texts from people.
Yeah.
Yeah, during the
Going,
meeting,
yeah.
during
I
the
mean,
meeting.
Dwayne Needham and I wanna text each other back and forth, we're not council members.
Yeah.
Right, that's different, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I said, and she's got nobody jokes on that.
I know I've been hearing some filthy.
I'll try not to tell them so loud. I'll try not to be so loud about it. You know me.
I just didn't, I just wanted it to be public, so I'm not
That way, yeah.
taking suggestions from people.
Speaking of the rain, he just texted me. Must be watching.
Tell him I said, wonder what the score is.
Oh, I don't know. I'm so upset.
Yeah, I'm just damn good.
Write checks out the same list.
We write, well, we write, there, we have a disbursement fund account. And so we have that disbursement fund account, and so when we do payroll, she writes, Debbie writes a city check, a public works check, and an EMS check, and we deposit them in the disbursement fund that covers payroll. Payroll comes out of disbursement.
So you're telling me that, no. I think jacket off. Or even. About 3 minutes, I'll have to put it back on.
I think we just should lock back up.
Oh, that's bad. Well, you better be behind. Don't go into the last 5 minutes with a lead. Just me. I mean, that old game went off 111, 110, you know. But I'm not a fan of all that.
Gotcha.
Particularly, you know, March Madness, with the basketball you're watching, it's good basketball, you know. But I just think, I'd rather see a boxing match than
Mr. Hicks,
I mean, they're quite a bit alike.
I was gonna say, the only thing I can think of is, obviously, there's an issue with the rate setting. If we can, I don't know what they're gonna do, but we can possibly table it and then go next week and then take the rate study out. And then, cause that right there is obviously part of the issue, but.
I don't know how any of that works. I mean,
Okay.
I don't do payroll. I
Right.
mean, you know, I don't know how they use the rate study or anything like that.
I need to get something to drink, otherwise I'm not gonna be able to talk.
Well, I already drank out of this cup once, but I give it to, but. I think he's also saying he wants to take a rate study out. I don't know. You better ask him. Or we'll just have another record.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. I don't even remember what I had. What did I have? Oh, I remember.
He was,
Yeah, I done forgot.
I'll show you just a second.
Okay.
Do we still have public works to go?
Yes, we do.
Yeah, sure do.
no, he's texted me before. I was just, but he hadn't done it in a while. I didn't see none of this stuff. I don't need anybody texting during the meeting.
Looks good.
I didn't lunch. I didn't no,
Oh, I had dinner. We went.
I worked through it, so I could go to that meeting today.
I had half
Yes,
sandwich
no.
for lunch and no dinner.
No, I didn't. I'll let you. I ain't gonna be involved in that one.
You know, I like that.
Hey,
Actually, I go get a microphone. 6-ounce hamburgers, whatever, 15 or whatever it is, I don't know.
you what now?
I get the one.
Well, we've already got one motion.
I can take it, but what I'm getting at, what we can do is we can rescind my motion, table it, but then what we
I think
do.
we need to be talking about this in session.
But
Yeah, it should be a session.
Well, that's what I'm getting at, then table it, we can table it. Don't set another meeting, go into executive session on rate study, but everything else will change that, so then we can actually put things and implement things that we need to implement, so we won't have to worry about
Jim, want some coffee?
this.
Jim,
We don't have to worry about that, because now we set a standard, now it's not gonna be, it's gonna be by Florida State. And then then that clears all the other stuff that you're talking about, concerned about.
No wine. I think we should do that.
And whether it raised it up.
There's wine. Yeah, I need a little wine with my, I need a little wine
We
with my
want to
cracker.
cut that rate. Don't know if we'll have enough money.
Just only, I can't do it.
Because we're going off of just a straight 10%. That's only, I mean, I'm coming up with what I'm talking about and what she's talking about.
Yep. They got napkins.
There's a tissue.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
Cookies.
Liver loaf.
Liver loaf?
I love liver loaf.
Where did you get that?
At Research, you can buy in the package.
Really?
Yeah. I love that stuff.
When I went to work at the deli at Walmart, I couldn't believe they didn't sell pickle loaf. That's
I don't
why
like pickle loaf.
my grandpa, he
I love
loved
some liver
it.
loaf.
He
I
loved
never
it.
really tried pickle loaf.
I couldn't eat it, just looking at it. Ugh.
I love it.
Yeah. Back in session at 9:50. We currently have a motion on the floor.
You doing it well. What's the motion?
To amend that pay.
Oh.
I'm thinking in the motion that we need to put the actual amount.
You're right, I'm sorry. We have half a motion on the floor. So you'd have to finish it with that. Or she wanted an amount.
Okay, and that's the three,
The,
48?
the 4 up top in Parks Department, and then the 1 in General Government.
Okay. I'll make a motion to amend the, what's it called, budget. The budget for the Parks Department, salaries being up to, what's that, 100, is that?
Hey, I'm sorry, give me 1 second. Let me get back to that, please. I'm sorry. Page 3, if anybody else needs it.
All right, I'll make a motion to amend the Parks Department budget, starting with salaries at 100, is that 100,000? Yeah.
160,
Yeah, $167,069, payroll taxes.
Hold on.
Sorry, it's the same right here. I was just trying to say on my
You're
motion.
fine.
The payroll tax is going to $13,994, workers' comp going to $6,080, and the retirement fund going to $12,923, and the general government fund balance will be $23,899. With the increase of that budget of being $3,343 for the
48.
43, yes, $3,348 being added to that salary budget, which has already been addressed. Make a motion to do that, whatever, all that I said.
Well, you don't have to have all the amendments on this one, correct?
Yeah, well, yeah, the motion needs to have what he's amending, so.
Well, I'm saying if another counselor wants to amend something else, could there not be another motion?
Yes. Yes.
See what I'm saying?
We need to make another motion after this motion?
Yes, because it's a
If there's
separate
something
one.
else you want to amend.
So we have a motion.
This is just for what we just talked about?
So we need a second for the motion.
Second? Second.
Did you second? I'm sorry.
Please call the roll.
Wagoner,
Yes.
Higginbottom,
No.
North,
No.
Wilson,
Yes.
Wright,
Yes.
Sampson.
Yes.
So that motion carries. Is there any other motions?
I make the motion that the salary be tabled to next meeting as an executive session.
Hold on.
Okay?
We
I make a
didn't hear half of it,
make a
Gayla.
motion that the rest of these salaries be tabled to next meeting individually in the executive session. Is that how I say it?
Can we go into executive session with the budget?
I couldn't hear it.
She wants. I think she said she wants to take the rest of the salaries and vote on them at the next meeting in executive session.
Or
Well, that's
now?
not an amendment to the budget.
No.
That's the problem with that.
Can't do that.
I mean, you can do what she said, but you can't, that's not a proper motion that, yeah.
What is the proper motion?
Well, we'd have to try, we're talking about amending the budget. And I don't know how, I don't know how to do what you say by amending the budget.
Okay, like, there's people on here, I don't agree with this, with the pay, so what do you have to do then?
You don't agree with what pay?
The pay that they're getting?
The pay scale
Yeah.
that is in here, that the salaries that are
Oh,
listed.
that would, I would assume, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm not, that would take one heck of amendment if we're gonna try to unwind the pay scale, I mean, the pay schedule.
That needs to be fixed next budget? Or no?
That's what I was gonna recommend. if we
Right.
Do that.
I mean, well, I don't know what effect, I mean, to try to unwind that, I don't know how to, if you just talk about doing away with it, but leaving the budget alone, then that's not an amendment to the budget. And in the future, you could vote on doing away with the pay scale.
Right.
Or amend the pay scale, or whatever you want to do with the pay scale.
It's now we're required by June 23rd to approve by law.
Oh, that, I mean, that would all, I don't know how much trouble that would be. I mean, you know about the budget, I don't. To try to-
It would just depend on how many changes were made.
Well, I know,
But,
that's right.
yeah, but
That's part of the
if,
problem.
we have to approve this budget by the 23rd, but if she wants to take all these into consideration, we can't approve this budget tonight as it sits. Am I correct?
I would say that's correct if she's wanting to look at all the salaries individually. And is that something that we do in executive session now?
We could.
No.
We could.
No, you can, well,
We couldn't?
I don't think on a budget.
you can look at the salary of an individual salaried employee,
So,
and that's not going to get you anywhere close to where you want to go.
so I'm gonna say, but it's, so executive session, when we're talking about salaries, excuse me, salaries of employees, they don't have that out there, so we would have, it would have to be an executive session, correct?
No, has to be an individual employee. Now, you can't talk about employees in general.
Not employees in
Like, I mean,
general.
you can't talk about all police officers.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
You can talk about an individual police officer. I mean, I'm not trying to pick on the police, that just happened to be that's the department that I thought of, you know, okay? So, it has to be an individual.
It's individuals.
salaried employee.
It's about 2 individual salary employees.
So she's saying it's individuals. She's saying.
Yeah,
it's-
but
it's based off everybody.
But we're talking about, only about salaried employees. We're not talking about we're talking about people that are getting this, not an hourly employee.
Not hourly.
These are salaried employees?
I mean,
Are executive sessions even allowed at budget meetings?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I guess maybe, I don't understand the budget meeting, but we can't do that on an agenda item about the budget. I mean, I don't know how to get where she wants to go without having,
Not- Forgive me.
really going through I don't know how much trouble that is. I don't know how many salaried employees we have. I mean, I can't speak to any of that.
Well, going into executive session is not even on the salary, is not even on the agenda.
No, I'm not talking about tonight. We can't do it
Well, that's what I'm
tonight.
saying. I'm talking about tonight.
Yeah, no, we can't do any of this tonight. I mean, no, that,
But what she's saying is,
Executive session
so I
23.
get what she's saying now, she can, what she's saying, she can table it to whatever date it is, and then whenever we do put it on the agenda, we can put on there that we can go into executive session when we're talking about specific employees and salaries. Because then at that point in time, you're saying it because it's not stated on there right now.
I'm just talking about,
Right, tonight, yeah.
it's not an agenda item.
Right.
oh, yeah.
Okay, you would have to put it on the agenda and list the employees you wanted to discuss, and then we would have to note the executive session and the rule about going in.
So I have to call up here tomorrow, or do I make it now?
Do what now?
You make the motion now, or do you get to call
No.
tomorrow and say it?
Table it?
Then we
Huh?
can table it.
Yeah, okay, table.
But
Well, I think what we would be tabling would be, actually, item number 10, which would be the resolution approving the budget. Am I correct?
Right.
Yes, and we're not quite there yet.
Okay.
Okay?
I have a question. I think I'm confused here, but majority of the time. Done a rate, salary study, and y'all's went back for 3 years. Is that right?
This is the third.
Third year. Now, are we kicking that out the door this late in the game? Is that what we're talking about? Because
we already did on one.
We just
Like I said,
did.
I'm-
We just did that.
I'm having voter's remorse now.
Was it something we wasn't going to work on, we talked about earlier, since, I'm confused here, is, apparently this study thing has happened way before I come back, so we're on our third year of it. She says it probably needs to be updated, because it does get out of date. It would be a good time to start as soon as possible to get a committee or something to go, but now are we changing it before this here? Is that what we're doing? Help me out, because I'm confused.
That's a possibility.
Okay.
Well, we just changed it. I mean, we just changed it.
I don't.
With that last vote, it changed it.
If there was a concern.
But I don't know if
we
they
should have
kicked it out,
addressed
it just, did we amend the whole thing now?
No, but it changed it.
We made an exception.
Right.
Okay.
We
So
made
now-
an exception when we
I'm-
allowed him to
But-
get part of his salary away.
Now, we're looking at making other exceptions.
And
And if we're making exceptions, I'm sure there'll be a lot of other supervisors.
Oh, I'm
who
sure there
want
will.
Exceptions as well.
Well, then that's when
And we have a fund balance of $23,000
Yeah.
to work with, which is not hardly anything. If anything comes up in the year that we weren't prepared for and need to make an amendment, we will not have a fund balance to lean back on. And I'm not saying that to be mean. I'm
Well,
saying it as a financial person that does your books.
And that's including the 10% of what we already have budgeted. What's the calculation of the 10% of everyone, the raises on that?
I don't know what that.
That would, so our fund balance would change.
If you're taking money away from people, yes, your fund balance would increase. If you're reallocating it, it would go back down.
Yes, and so that's where I'm getting at, like, we can go to that point where we can, since we've changed it already on just that one person, it puts everything back on the table, so now we have to, or not, make sure we do, merit-based raises on top of doing, and changing the straight across 10% for everyone and actually making it
May I,
Sure.
if we were doing just like what we did before, and forgive me, this has never been a situation that I've ever been in, as long as I've been doing this. So you're talking about looking at people individually. So then you have this person who's been reduced, okay, we talked on that, we voted on that. And then the next person. But what if you get through all those people and then the dollars don't match at the end?
Well, that's when you.
Because you can't keep amending, because if you're amending this to say, okay, we want the Parks Department to be this. Okay, well, we want this to be this, and keep changing that fund balance. I don't know how that works, or even if we can get to where we need to go all in one meeting. And with it being due on June 23rd, that scares me, because we have a law to abide by.
Well, and that's.
And I don't know that the fund balance that we have right there will get us.
We're fixing to cross over the finish line with this budget, and we're changing the numbers. And drastically.
I mean, if we want to,
It should have been
change the
looked at
page,
a long
that's
time ago.
something we can do next year.
Yeah.
I'm not, I said, forgive me, I had a weak moment a while ago. But that's, I don't want to sit here and try to change everything on the last week of the budget. That's not in my interest, and it's not in my desire. I'll tell you that right now.
Well, what are we doing, folks? Did you make a motion, Gayla?
Well,
Did she make
we
one?
would have to table, the resolution, or on the resolution. Right now, we're just voting on amendments. And she hasn't, you didn't make any motion to amend anything, am I correct, Ms. Wright?
Anybody else want to amend anything? Moving on.
Item number 9, consider approval of amendments to the 2025-2026 EMS budget, or
Discussion?
take other action.
I'll make a motion.
No, that's just, are you amending something?
No.
Oh, okay.
Okay, well, then we don't need a
Well, my
motion.
apologies.
Yeah, hey, it's 10:10 at night,
It's
I
late.
understand. I did it earlier. So, we're moving on.
Item number 10, consider approval of a resolution accepting and approving the 2025-2026 City of Wagoner and EMS budgets, or take other action.
I'll make a motion to approve the 2025-2026 City of Wagoner and EMS budgets. As amended. Excuse me, sorry.
No, that's okay.
This is what I urged caution on earlier again, council. We have a motion on the floor.
I will second it.
And motion second, please call roll.
Wagoner,
Yes.
Higginbottom,
Yes.
North,
Yes.
Wright,
No.
Wilson,
No.
Sampson.
Yes.
Budget fails. Let's have a vote of 5.
So the motion failed.
Motion failed.
Item number 11 is adjournment.
So moved. Second.
Have a motion second, please call roll.
Wagoner,
Yes.
Wilson,
Yes.
Higginbottom,
Yes.
North,
Yes.
Wright,
Yes.
Sampson.
Yes.
Meeting adjourned at 10:10. I'd like to call the Wagoner Public Works Special Call Business Meeting, June 11th at 10:10.
Everybody on Public Works?
Item number 1, consider approval of a resolution amending and adopting the Employee Policies and Procedures Manual of the Wagner Public Works Authority, or take other action.
Table it till the next meeting.
Do you want to table that till July 7th meeting?
Yep.
Yes.
Item number 2, consider employment of an auditor to perform the audit of the Wagner Public Works Authority records for the fiscal year ending 6/30/2025, or take other action.
Make a motion to approve the same auditors we would see. What was it, what was the name of that?
I think it was Osborne.
Osborne, yes, sir.
Osborne,
Ralph Osborne.
Osborne, yeah. There you go.
thank you.
Second.
Have a motion and second, please call roll.
Wright,
Yes.
Higginbottom,
Yes.
Sampson,
Yes.
Wagoner,
Yes.
North,
Yes.
Wilson.
No.
Item number 3, consider purchasing workers' compensation insurance from OMAG, or take other action
Motion to table that?
till the 23rd.
Yes, ma'am.
Second.
No, we don't have to vote on it.
On the table.
Item number 4 is public hearing on 2025-2026 Wagner Public Works Authority budget.
Anyone wish to speak? Moving on.
Item number 5, discussion and planning of the 2025-2026 Wagner Public Works Authority budget.
I forgot about all those other line items we had to do, or agenda items, rather. So on the Public Works, cash on hand was calculated after meeting with department heads, and it came in $28,000 as an increase. There are no other changes besides general government and a discussion that needs to be had in wastewater distribution. So if you'd like to discuss anything in the water plant, water distribution, sewer plant, electric, shop, inventory, or line maintenance, now's the time.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay. So late today, Kenneth called me and said that he got a adjustment from Key Equipment. Remember, at the very first budget meeting this year, he came to you, him and Joe, asking for a sewer camera. And it was going to be a down payment and then 2 payments annually. And he has came back with this new quote. Unfortunately, the tariffs have came into effect. And this new increase is based only on the tariff cost. And the amount is pretty huge, actually. It's $6,747.05. So if the camera was something that we would want to do, still, we would need to amend the budget on the fund balance as well as the line item including the camera down payment.
Where's it coming from, China?
Just key equipment and supply. Don't know where it's made.
Yeah, I don't know where it's made at.
No. She's asking where it's made.
And there were no changes in capital projects also. Did everybody understand the increase on the camera? It would just be increasing the down payment with 2 annual installments.
Go ahead.
I don't have anything else. If anybody wants to discuss any of the other departments, no changes were made.
Did you talk about the WPWA office? I missed it.
If that's where the fund balance sits, that would be the only change. You have cash on hand, then the fund balance change. And then if you chose to do so, the camera will change. And then the fund balance would change again if you decided to amend.
Any discussion? Moving on.
Item number 6, consider approval of amendments to the 2025-2026 Wagoner Public Works Authority budget.
Anything?
Now would be the time to make the amendment if you're wanting to get the sewer camera.
Would highly recommend this. This on the northeast side of town and the southeast side of town. We're having a lot of issues, with stormwater getting into our sewer.
I'll make that a motion to approve the amendment. Second. Camera.
That would be making the fund balance $44,902. And then line item 519418, sewer inspection camera system down payment. It would change that amount to $41,750.
$750?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And Kevin, did you make that motion?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay.
Please call roll.
Did I have a second? Nate? Okay, thank you. Higginbottom?
Yes.
Wright?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes.
Wagoner?
Yes.
North?
Yes.
Sampson?
Yes.
Item number 7, consider approval of a resolution accepting and approving the 2025-2026 Wagoner Public Works Authority budget.
Once again, I'd like to urge this council with caution. We just put our city in a very bad, rough place that I don't even, not 100% sure how it's going to be fixed yet. Discussion? Go ahead.
I'll make the motion to approve the budget.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Please call roll.
Sampson?
Yes.
Wagoner?
Yes.
Higginbottom?
Yes.
North?
Yes.
Wilson?
This has the salaries in it as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
No.
Right.
It's not the same salaries, are they? These not the same salaries, are they?
It's the public works side.
Public
It's Public Works salaries, yeah.
Public Works. That would be back here. Remember, can you think? Oh, I see it now. Give me a second. Yes.
Thank you. Item number 8 is adjournment.
So many.
Wagoner,
Yes.
Wilson,
Yes.
Higginbottom,
Yes.
North,
Yes.
Wright,
Yes.
Sampson.
Yes.